Hello and welcome. We are live for the weekly live Q&A, the Inside the Lab weekly live experience. What's happening? How's everybody doing on this beautiful Saturday? We're here. We made it, and it was nearly on time, fam. I'm telling you what, it's been a while since we've been able to get the live show started before 4 o'clock, but you know what? You guys know me. I'm glad, just glad to be here, right? One of my favorite moments of being a content creator, right? Or especially on this platform and just I guess being a live streamer too. You can kind of classify it almost in its separate category because it's very much different, right? You got some content creators who don't go live. But anyway, I'm here, I'm Terrence, and let me check over to the stream as we give more people time to roll in. I see Skitty Live says, "Yo, what's good? What's good, guys? Good to see you. Hey, man, I gotta call you, man. We gotta get caught up on this Falcon winter craziness nonsense going on." And I see Thunder's in the house. What's up, son? And my wife, Mrs. Mod, our moderator, Mod Squad, and Bad Habit. What's happening? Bad Habit. Bad Habit says, "Happy Saturday to everyone." And you know what? That's the vibes. That's the spirit. We're going to kick this weekly live show off. Everybody hopefully is having a fantastic weekend so far, or hopefully you had, a pretty decent week anyway. We're all here to share in our victories and our losses in this community. And if this is your first time tuning in for one of our weekly live shows, let me tell you how it's going to go down really fast before we jump into it and give a few more friends to join on. Do stick around because this one's going to be a fun one. All week I've been looking forward to doing this live stream or doing this live show, particularly on this topic. But for those of you who are new to this channel, right, and this is your first time here during the live stream, first of all, we do go live every Saturday for the Inside the Lab weekly live Q&A, right, at about 3:45, 4 o'clock, somewhere in between that time frame or in between that time slot. typically each live stream, right, is centered around a specific topic that you can consider a broad conversation, a conversation that I want you right now, yes, you holding your phone or staring at your computer desktop or your monitor, right? I want you to feel free to join in the conversations, ask questions, add commentary, add your opinions, all builds, especially, right? Like all systems, but most importantly, all opinions are welcome here. This is a family friendly community, family friendly environment. So, with that out the way, again, welcome to the Inside the Weekly Live Q&A show. And I do want to just remind everybody on your way in to do remember to give this stream a like, right? And again, if you're new, hopefully this live stream I would have been either entertaining enough or informative enough to have earned your subscription. But I tell you what, you're going to want to subscribe to the Inside the Lab PC Tech channel right down there or somewhere down there if you haven't, and also give the video a like. It's somewhere down there too. I don't know if we're gonna do any raps or freestyles or singing during this live stream, but hey, maybe I'll freestyle a poem or something if we can get to 10. If we can get to 10, no, that's too easy, right? If we can get to maybe like 12 likes, if we can get to 12 likes, I'll maybe freestyle a poem. So 12 likes is what's on the board right now. 12 likes and I'll freestyle a poem. But for this, for this week's live Q&A, we are essentially, right, as the thumbnail implies for this live show, for this video here, we are discussing 5 upgrades, right? Like 5. I always want to do for some reason, I always want to do me in a thumbnail holding up 5 fingers, right? But we are doing 5 cost-effective and available upgrades you should consider here in 2021. Now, let me also take a quick New York minute to also shout out our replay viewers, because the views on these live streams, fam, listen, lab fam, they definitely do scale, right? Like after I leave the live shows up too, as they are, it just helps. It helps my channel grow anyway. But I leave the live streams up as they are. So a lot of our friends and fam here in this community will jump back if they were unable to participate during the weekly conversation. I don't want to necessarily call it just a live show because it is essentially a conversation. I may be, only able to, you can hear me and see me quite obviously, right? At least I can hope you can hear and see me. Let me know if, how's everything looking on your end. But, this conversation can definitely still exist, right? Between myself and yourself. Yes, you, once again. So feel free to jump into the chat. Let me slide over here really fast. I see Z Fluence in the house. What's up, Zion? Zion, you need to make sure you get in contact with me a little bit more. Bad Habit says I'm early today. Fam, listen, we're all early today, right? Like we're all early today. I'm super pumped and I'm super excited for this live show. I can't wait to see who else is able to join in on the conversation. And as much as I love to see you guys and girls come in, and I hate to see you go, but in the event, because our live shows do typically run in excess of over an hour. But if you are unable to stick around for the full duration, sticking around definitely helps. This live stream reach more people, get in front of more eyes, help more PC gamers master their hobby and save time and money while doing so. That's what we're all about here on this channel. But if you can't, hang out for the full duration of the live show, I welcome you to get caught up on some of our most recent videos I've published within the last couple weeks, within the last 3 weeks. We are still very much within the full reins of the RTX 3090 6 months later review series. That's a mouthful. But we are still very much, wrapped up in the RTX 3090, 6 months later series review. Again, as I mentioned, where we've benchmarked, I've benchmarked the graphics card, within the benchmarking segment, overclocked it, also ran some DLSS tests. So we definitely, and also, unboxed it. So it's essentially a 4-part series as it's planned now, right? It can always spill over, but as it stands, it's a 4-part series. And parts 1, 2, and 3, they're available. And I tell you what, fam, that's some surefire, that's some bangers right there. Like, it's some good videos there that I highly, highly recommend that you, check out, give a watch. Again, if you can't hang out for the full duration of this live show. But Z-Fluence, good to see you. Thunder, again, my son says, what's up? Skitty says, done something other. Z-Fluence says, I think I'm done trying to get a PC because I keep on getting scanned for a graphics card. Well, I mean, I like I mentioned to you in a few couple live streams, Zion, a couple things you should look for. But do know that even with going on an Intel platform or going with a motherboard CPU or a CPU that has integrated graphics, right? Like I'm not sure if you were, if you participated in that live stream where we talked about alternatives to going with the graphics card, because don't quit. Like, again, what do we say? What's our mantra here in this community? No players in the wild, right? Like, we're going to get to some new merch too, by the way. Got some fire merch that just dropped. But no players in the wild. What's an obstacle to an achiever, right? Like, you can overcome this, Z-Fluent, Zion. You can overcome it. Um, just try to involve me more in the buy-in process before you make the decision, right? In my honest opinion, that's where the issue kind of arises. So when I'm working with clients, I always recommend that before they pull the trigger on any component, if it's not a component that I'm recommending, before you pull the trigger on said component, before you make that, unless it's urgent, like you're in the store in line and you happen to see, say, hey, there's an SSD or there's a graphics card I want to pick up that's here in the store. What do you think it is? I'm in the line. I'm almost bought it. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about before you've considered the purchase. Just try to involve me in the buying process, right? But don't give up, because you can very much still rock integrated graphics on an Intel CPU. It won't be great, right? You may have to play at like 720p low settings, or I'm not sure, what games, the type of games you want to play and what graphic fidelity you want to play and resolution. But you don't necessarily need a graphics card right now. Graphics cards are stupid expensive right now and slightly hard to find. So a graphics card, that would fit your build, Zion. It would actually inflate your budget. It would make your budget go up significantly more than what you're able to spend right now. So what I would recommend is don't get wrapped up on the graphics card, right? But those few couple live streams I had told you, I said some that sounds too good to be true. A GTX 1050 or even a 1050 Ti, either one, a GTX 1050 or a 1050 Ti at that price point was just too good to be true, because they were going for $300-400 at a minimum, and that's even brand new. Like, that's new MSRP. So there are a lot of other factors to take into consideration with GPU prices being what they are. Taxes and tariffs on, incoming products, what have you, into this country, right? Imports into this country, because a lot of those CPUs and GPUs are fabricated outside of the United States. For example, TSMC, Taiwanese Semiconductor Manufacturing Company. There you go. I said it. They're based, outside of the U.S. So that's the reason why a lot of these prices, even MSRP prices, are starting to go up. But don't quit. Just involve me in the buying process. But you're not going to quit. You're not going to quit anyway. I know how bad you want a game on the PC, but there are ways to get around it. What I would recommend you to do is look at the prices. Like, this is free game right here, Zion. This is free game, so make sure you're listening. What I want you to do is look up the price for either B350 motherboard, AMD B350 motherboard, and a Ryzen 2200G or 2400G. Start there, okay? And you could actually very much still get your system built. I was doing research on your case, and that Nexus C, I believe it's a Nexus C. That's actually a really decent case. It's a really good, mid-tier, mid-size form factor case. That's extremely, beginner friendly, even if I consider myself an experienced builder, but even if you were building it yourself, it's still very much a decent case. Your CPU cooler, very much still a decent CPU cooler, right? Your power supply unit, which is I'm not sure because I didn't see any pictures of your power supply unit, but at least for those main components, everything else is still good. Just try to involve me more in the buying process before you make the purchase, right? Z-Fluent says, what are your thoughts on RX 5700 or GTX 1070? I mean, I've benchmarked the GTX 1070. You can find that video on the channel. I believe is when we benchmarked the Ryzen 5 1600X. Excuse me, I'll maybe bring that video up here in a second so you can see it. But I mean, the GTX 1070 is it's very much still a graphics card that's over $400. So if you're looking at either one of those graphics cards, which a 5700, an RX 5700, I mean, it's really hard to find. I mean, that's an RDNA first generation 5700 RDNA 1 base architecture GPU, and it's very much still hard to find. Or, I mean, you'll be hard pressed to not be able to find it for under $500. I'd go as far as to say. But I believe it was 2 live streams ago, we talked about how you could, building or building buying a pre-built, buying a pre-built, building one yourself, or buying a custom pre-built. And in that video or in that live stream, we talked about the GTX 1070 as a GPU solution to complement, say, a new build, that blending that new used price to performance, right? Taking that GTX, the 400 to $450 GTX 1070, and pairing it with like a Ryzen 5 or a Ryzen 7 CPU, somewhere for along the lines of $1,000, right? But that's where lie your issue, which is why I recommend, if you cannot allocate part of your budget to take into consideration a dedicated video card, then again look at the Ryzen 5 2400 and 2200G. Okay, but both of them are very much capable graphics cards, but that's one heck of a jump going from excuse me, going from a GTX 1050 Ti to a GTX 1070. I mean, it's like two classes up. But I do have a graphics card based video that's coming up. Maybe not this week, because I was going to take me about a week to produce, but like most likely next week. But all good stuff, fam. And I see Z says it's a 380 watt power supply. Okay, so that's another thing to take into consideration with the power supply that low. I mean, you wouldn't want to go with the GTX 1070. Right, I wouldn't recommend it. Once you factor in your CPU, you're going to be, I mean, your expected power draw will be very much, and I'm not even sure what that's rated, so I'm not sure how efficient, that 380 watt power supply is. But again, you want to consider something along the lines of an RX 550 or an RX 550 Z Fluent or an RX 560. Or even a GTX 1030 if you really wanted to go with a dedicated video card. Sparta Rules, what's up, Anthony? It's good to see you. Sparta Rules 1993 says, hey, what's up, brother? It's good to see you, as always. Sparta Rules are regular here in the community. It's good to see you. We are talking about 5 upgrades you should consider for your PC setup in 2021 that are both available and affordable. I think it's very important that I stress that as we're talking about Z-Fluence kind of opened up the floor with a question about, GTX 1070 and how it compares to, say, an RX 5700. I mean, again, both very much capable graphics cards, but the problem is both very much are like over $500. So, that's just something you have to take into consideration when you're shopping for a graphics card here in 2021. Now, we've had that conversation so many times in so many different live shows. I really don't want to beat the horse here. So let's jump into this week's live show topic, because graphics cards, I mean, it's a somber situation. It just really is. And Z-Fluent, I hate to put you on the spot, but I'm going to put Z-Fluent on the spot really fast before we jump into the house cleaning. As Z-Fluent wants to build a gaming PC, but the problem is, even if budget alternative or budget option graphics cards, were available, they are just simply not. So it is a slight hindrance. But the motto here is there are no players in the wild. So overcome that obstacle, build your PC so that you can play games, so that you can experience PC gaming, right? Or you can experience gaming on the pinnacle that is the PC. Like, don't let that hold you back. No players in the wild. But I tell you what, as we have people rolling in, I see we have a few friends and fam rolling in. Welcome to the Inside the Lab weekly live show. Ladies and gentlemen, you are coming in at the perfect time as we are getting ready to kick things off, starting with everybody's favorite segment, and that is the housekeeping segment, right? Everybody's favorite segment is the housekeeping segment. Just hang with me, right? Because the email list, fam, it can get bigger. We can grow more. We can do it. I know it. I believe in you. Unity, most importantly, starts with you. All it takes is your email address so we know where to find you, and your first name so I know what to call you. Should, I be deemed unworthy to bless your inbox, then, unsubscribe at any time. But, YouTube notifications aren't great. We've had multiple members here in this community come on the live show and share that they don't either get the notifications for our surprise live shows, which, for those of you who don't know, we do our surprise. We have our surprise, our pop-up live stream series. That's also just randomly going on, right? Just pop up, and we play some games, or there's one particular game we play, and we just kind of fellowship and just talk over, and just talk more about a specific topic, centered around the experience. So, but those notifications don't go out to everybody. And no, while I wouldn't send out an email for the pop-up live streams, there are other very much important notifications that I want to make sure, ladies and gentlemen, that you are receiving. Okay. For example, the Discord invites will go out this week. The Discord, the community Discord, is essentially, I mean, it's functional. It's there. I just have to, add some more branding to it and maybe create one or two more channels on a Discord. But it is essentially a functioning hub. We just got to bring the community in. But guess what? It's very important. So here, look, check me out, fam. Listen up. Look, it's very important that you sign up for our email list, because invitations will only go out to the email list subscribers first, and then after that, once we launch our Patreon or channel memberships here on YouTube, it will be behind a paywall. It will be super exclusive. So you want to make sure the incentive here is to just join our list. If something ever happens to the channel, I could very much still keep in touch with the community off of the platform. Should God forbid we have to restart or the channel is compromised, at least I still know I can keep in touch with the core community members, the core audience members. Ladies and gentlemen, you fam who show up every week for our weekly live show, that really helps support the channel, really helps support the growth here in terms of like watch time and views and what have you, and the algorithm, all those things. But back to the email list. Join our email list. It's totally free. Totally free. You can find the links. You can find the links to all three of these platforms down in the description box below, aka the basement. And then we have everybody's other favorite segment, and that is merch. So check it out. We're adding new merch all the time, right? We're adding new merch all the time. See, Thunder says sound only cutting out for me.
It says it's staticky.
Staticky? Okay. Well, keep me posted. Let me know how that sounds. If anybody else is experiencing similar issues, do let me know. But we have our merch, and it got some few favorites that are popping up and coming on. For example, because I know we talked about some of the newer editions on last week's live show, but here's the newest one. That's the No Player in the Wild graphic series, graphic tee, and I really like this tee, or this series, this graphic here, fam. Like, this is really dope. So we have long sleeves, organic long sleeves. We have classic pullover hoodies, classic long sleeves, tees, more hoodies. This is a really dope collection, and I really like this here. I'm gonna have to get myself one, but new merch is being added daily, like literally daily. We also, if you want to support, we also have stickers, which I got the stickers here. If you could see, I don't know if you can see it, but again, you got your stickers. Your stickers are super, excuse me, they weren't there last time, but you got your stickers, your Inside the Lab stickers. Put them anywhere you feel froggy or you feeling spicy enough to put it. And then we have here, my son told me he likes this shirt. And we're not doing a lot of like white based tees, right? But I will slowly, as you can see here, we have the I am eye test that's in white, and then we also have the plug, which is in gray. So I will add more color-based tees to the merch shop, especially once we get some lab green in there. But you can see, stickers are only $4.99, super low. You can slap them on maybe your notebook, on the back of your laptop, on your wall, on your desk, on your table. Represent the community, look good playing, feel good gaming. Here's another one of my favorites here. This one says PC Gamer. I'm not sure where you may be located at in the world. Maybe it's still cold, maybe it's still hot. I know here, I'm over on the East Coast here in the tri-state area. But I'm over here on the East Coast, and the weather is essentially breaking for the most part. But, you can get away with just about either long sleeve, maybe not hoodie, but you can get away with, long sleeve and even a tee, depending if you want to have some underneath there. And this is women's tri-blend tee. So we got a little bit of something for everyone. A little bit of something for everyone. Do give that head over there. It really helps me. It supports me directly. This channel, we're not monetized, at least here on YouTube yet. Anyway, we're working on that, and for peace of mind, we are getting very, very close to the requirements. I will say, very close. So that's exciting to see what happens with that. But we are like dangerously close to the requirements of monetization here on YouTube. But I'm not monetized, so even just this level of support on this small scale just really helps on the back end with everything associated with creating content. So no pressure there, but hey, if you got some extra little bit of dough, and you want to say, hey, I want to represent the community, I want to represent this hobby, do check out the Inside the Lab merch store or the official labware. As you can see, let me bring up the logo really fast because the logo's hot. But the official labware, that's our official merch. So do check that out. We got some fun stuff planned for merch. So definitely within within the upcoming months, especially within the middle of summer, be keep a lookout, fam. I'm telling you, we have some fun stuff planned for merch. For some of you who know me like IRL, who know me in real life, you kind of know what I'm alluded to. Is I've shared some of the details on that project with you, but I am looking forward to doing that, fam. I really am. And I give you a little hint to everybody that's here right now in the live show, or you're on the replay and you made it this far. I've demonstrated some of this on on the live show that's coming up. So fun stuff there. And then last but not least is the official Inside the Lab website. This is essentially the hub. This is where all of the content, all of the information, how to find me, where to find me, the complete videography, like all of the Inside the Lab videos, all of the every video I've published on the channel, right? You can find here. Also, our community blog, a merch store tab, contact me, about me. If you want to learn a little bit about, I'm not gonna click on the tab here. Just head to the website if you want to, learn a little bit more about Terrence, who me, your host, all that good stuff. But again, the traffic here to the website again really helps push the content out to a wider range of eyes here on the internet, right? Like I am very much a small fish in a big pond, and the water's receding. So I'm doing my best to, hang around and make sure I am able to continue to produce high quality content that is both valuable and entertaining for you, ladies and gentlemen, here in this community. So definitely head over there to the website. You can find the links down in the description box, aka the basement, to all three of these areas or all three of these places down in the description box below. I'll appreciate you all to the moon and back. That's something we used to say in the in the old subplug, right, where I was like, hey, for more awesome PC gaming content, subscribe, the notifications bell on, and I'd appreciate you all to the moon and back. If you've watched some of my older content and you recall, you likely remember hearing that in the beginning. I just kind of shortened it because now I'm just to the point like, hey, if you want to subscribe, hey, I appreciate you, love you to the moon and back. And if you don't, hey, I still appreciate you and love you to the moon and back. But as I see we had a few more friends and fam join in, let me just remind you, right, either on your way in or your way out, do get this stream a like. If this is your first time here, listen to me and hear me out. Listen, I really assure you that I hope that I am entertaining and informative enough, right? Or I assure you that I do my best to be entertaining and informative enough and earn your subscription during this live show. But let's jump into it, right? Let's jump into it because upgrades, on the subject of upgrades, because that's essentially what this live show with the weekly live experience is centered on for this week, right? And that's upgrades. That's not internal upgrades, that's external upgrades. And we're going to actually do a part 2 series to this next weekend. So that's actually fun because that's something we haven't necessarily done in our live shows. Like I've never bridged them together. I never made like a part 1 and a part 2. For most of you who know me, I'm a big DC nerd, a big DC fan, which ironically I have no DC stuff on the shelf, fam. Come on, like fail. I have more Marvel stuff than DC stuff, but all around me, outside of the frame and of the the camera here that you can see, I do have a lot of DC stuff. So big fan of stringing things together like they did with Justice League Part 1, Justice League Part 2. Doing the same thing here in this live stream where this is more so going to be centered around, excuse me, internal, right? Internal upgrades, or I'm sorry, external upgrades. External upgrades you can make right here that are both available, right now, and also most importantly, affordable. Because that's one thing we still very much also preach here in this community is that yes, PC gaming is expensive. It's always been expensive, right? That's the problem with it. Most gamers who prefer to game on a console, that's always been their argument is that, oh, well, building a PC costs so much money, I don't want to have to maintenance it. We've talked about, we've had a really dope and detailed conversation centered around that topic, which I leave up all of our live streams. I leave them up as they are, titled everything, right? Like if you want the experience as close to live as possible, right? I leave them up as they are so that you can get a as close to an experience as possible that those of you like who are here now. But upgrades should improve performance or the aesthetics within your setup, right? Practical and affordable upgrades that you purchase, like with practical and affordable upgrades that you could purchase right now to level up your experience as a PC gamer or just even a PC user. Like, I don't want to come off as come off ignorant or unintelligent and just assume everybody who builds a PC wants to play games. That's not necessarily the case. I know this community is centered heavy around PC gaming, so that's essentially what we talk about. But for the most part, any PC that you can build, right? Like you can jump back into the future, jump back in time a little bit and watch how to build a Ryzen PC that I did for under $250. That PC was not intended, it does not have any intended use as a gaming PC, but that system has a Ryzen 5 2400G, so it has dedicated graphics. I believe Vega 8, I believe it has the Vega 8, the Radeon Vega 8 onboard graphic on that CPU die, and it's very much a capable 4-core 4-thread office-based CPU or to handle most of your office-based tasks. But you can also maybe fire up a game at 1080p low settings or 720p high settings and enjoy like a console S like experience for slightly more. But there are other benefits and pros to that. So that's what we are discussing in this live show. While on top of that, answering any and all of your questions. And again, so if you're new here, welcome to the Inside the Lab weekly live Q&A, the weekly live experience. I'm Terrence, your host and conductor and operator of this here ride. And with that out the way, and with that said, let's buckle up, let's gear up, let's ready up. Let's just jump into it. I'm so excited. I'm so thrilled to have everybody on. I really am. I'm gonna tell you what. Again, do make sure that you like this stream, give the stream a like, and also be sure to get subscribed if you haven't yet, because we're jumping right into it, right? And let's start off with the title of this live stream, because during the beginning warm up, we talked about how upgrades should improve performance and or the overall aesthetics of your system, right? That's either maybe you want to have a color matching, maybe you want your peripherals to match the base color scheme of your system, right? Maybe you have an array of RGB colors, right? Or maybe you want to unify that RGB into one color. Let's say green, right? Quite naturally, I'm gonna say green. That should be no surprise there why I would say green. But upgrades should also be practical and affordable, right? That's why for this live show, I tried to make sure that any upgrades that we're going to recommend here, they are affordable and available. So you best believe that upgrades like a new graphics card won't be included, right, in this live show. We're going to save that for part 2, where we do 5 upgrades you should consider in 2021 for the internals of your PC. Now, hear me out, because I did cheat a little bit with the first example, or the first upgrade you should make, as we're getting ready to jump into it. But it's rather easy to install. But we are going to, or at least the first 2, now that I think about it, the first 2. But they are relatively easy to install. They don't really require, a lot of disassembly to install. For the most part, they're just plug in and go, right? But again, this live show, we're going to talk about 5 upgrades you should consider in 2021, ones that are practical and affordable. Let's start with the first upgrade, right? Like starting with the first upgrade, and that is number 1, an SSD or an NVMe, right? For those of you who don't know, I'm not going to assume. It's not good when you assume. You all know what happens when you assume. I'm not going to break it out, because again, this is a family-friendly environment. But SSDs, your solid-state drive, which are typically significantly faster than your mechanical hard drive, your HDDs, which HDDs very much still have their place, especially if you need to put the extra little bit into another component, right? Even if it's down to like 20, if you could save $20 to $30 on each component, there's 7 core components you need for your system. But if you can save like $20 to $30, right, on those, you're saving little over a couple $100, right? So you could put that money somewhere else. Either if you have, 150, you can maybe put that towards getting a GPU off of the used market, because let's face it, it still very much could be the used market to the rescue with the techdemic, the 2021 techdemic, still escalating and just continually to wreak the PC industry or the PC market. But with an SSD and or even an NVMe M.2. So SSD stands for solid state drive, and an NVMe is a non-volatile memory extraction, right? So even faster. It's an even faster storage device, and it actually reads and writes directly from the motherboard's PCIe lane as opposed to through SATA. So that's what makes it so slightly faster. Maybe it's negligible or not as noticeable depending on what it is you're trying to load. I will say, booting your system from an SSD, compared to an SSD and an NVMe, it's you can notice it, or you can feel the difference. You really can. At least in my experiences with the one that I have picked out. Tricion says, "What's up, y'all? It's good to see you, T. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the live stream. It looks like YouTube did something weird with our likes here. We went from 5 likes down to down to 3. So I tell you what, excuse me, friends and family, if you're just now joining us, Tricion, like yourself, let's get do be sure to like the stream. Really helps get it out to more people, even after it's went live. But Tricion, it's good to see you, fam. It's always good to see a friendly, familiar face, Sparta Rules, Tricion, and Z Fluent, what have you. Everybody coming back to our live show. But we are talking about 5 upgrades you should consider for your PC setup in 2021 that are both affordable and available right now. Tricion, you came at a really good time as we just kicked off with number one, and that was with upgrading and this is more so like adding, like if you were saying in addition of, or if you're still running a mechanical spinner, if you're still rocking like a hard drive or something like that. These upgrades are centered around either being able to slightly improve performance and or the overall aesthetic of your PC setup. That is what these upgrades are centered around. Not saying that you have an SSD and you say, I want to add another SSD, which you very much still could, which we're going to talk about why you even would want to do that, right? But you very much still could do that. But this is more so like we're trying to reach the those of you who are on older drives, like if you're on a mechanical drive or you have small storage, right? Like a smaller SSD. What I would recommend, and this is what I recommend to builders, like if you can go with a single storage solution when possible. You can go a hybrid at most case scenario, worst case scenario. You can go with say a 240 gigabyte SSD and a 500 gigabyte mechanical hard drive, right? If you want it, but it would make sense to go with a 240 gigabyte SSD and a 500 gigabyte SSD. If possible, just save up a little bit more and get a 1 terabyte SSD, a 1 terabyte storage drive. And we're going to talk about why that is so important, right? For one, switching from if you again, this is in this is the working idea that you are on a mechanical hard drive. Like we are talking to you specifically. If you're on a mechanical hard drive, you could drastically improve your boot times, your load times, your overall system responsiveness by switching or upgrading to a solid state drive. Now, your motherboard, it's very important to note that your motherboard has to support it has to have an NVMe M.2 support, right? Like most modern motherboards do, even some B350 and B450 motherboards, like the ASRock B350 Pro motherboard that's in my son's Ryzen 5 1600X build, that has support for an NVMe M.2, and that's a $60 motherboard. Even at the time of release, I believe it was like a 75 or not even $75 motherboard when I got that motherboard when Ryzen first launched, when the B300 series motherboards first launched. But going from with a single storage solution where applicable, or if you need to save some coin on your budget, then you could go with a 240 gigabyte and maybe say a 500 gigabyte or 1 terabyte mechanical hard drive spinner. You're definitely going to want to put your OS, right, and maybe some of your smaller, more programs you might load or use more frequently. But you would be hard pressed to realize how much space you'll have for some of maybe the most popular games that are being played right now. That you also have to take into consideration that game updates and patches also, right, slightly inflates that overall storage, right? And we're all looking, and I talk, I picked on Call of Duty Warzone before, and I'm gonna pick on Call of Duty Warzone again because we're looking at you, Call of Duty Warzone. I can't remember how many gigabytes, how big it was, but it's incredible. It's pushing the 1 terabyte, size in terms of storage and what you need. So if you have one drive that's 1 terabyte, chances are once you download and install, say like a Call of Duty Warzone, you won't really have enough space for any other games, and you would have to have that headache of downloading and uninstalling and reinstalling your games. Which, if you're like myself and many other of you, most of us here in this community, if you don't have a lot of time to play, you just want to sit down, jump right into it, right? But with a solid slate drive or an NVMe, a non-volatile memory extraction drive, right, an M.2, which is what you can see, that's the 860 Evo, that's your M.2, that's on the screen, and then you have your standard SanDisk 200, well, any size, but just your standard SanDisk SSD. Now, the good thing about SSDs and just storage in general, they have dropped in price like over the past couple of years. Prices in storage drives have decreased. So hypothetically speaking, let's say I have a 500 gigabyte mechanical hard drive. I have the means. I'm gonna pay somebody to do it for me. I just need to, make the upgrades because you're going to need to, either clone your system over to the new drive or do a fresh install of Windows is what I would recommend. You do a fresh install of Windows. Not hard to get a Windows 10 key. If you need a Windows 10 key, you can always find the video that's on my channel. Right? If you build systems, you build PCs, or you just like system hopping like myself, right? You can get an affordable Windows 10 key. Go to our most recent playlist if you haven't. I know most of you have seen that video, but if you're on a replay or this is your first time viewing, then you could find that video in our most recent playlist. But you can get an affordable Windows 10 key. But consider upgrading your SSD. Consider upgrading to a 240 gigabyte SSD, which would run you about. This is all in US dollars, by the way. This is all USD. But a 240 gigabyte SSD would run you about $33, right? Not bad. And this is, again, the example is coming from a mechanical drive, a mechanical spinner, to an SSD. Now, that alone, you know how much value in that $33 upgrade you're going to get, because you could still very much keep your 500 gigabyte SSD. The goal here is to add even a slight bump increase in performance, even if it's in the form of drastically improving your load times or your boot time, your system responsiveness, just how snappy your system is, how fast programs open or what have you. Listen, your storage, your system is all about, it goes into your storage drives, pulls the information it needs, right? So if you're trying to fire up a game, your system is going to locate that game on that drive, and then the drive is going to have to go to work, pull in the necessary components to run that software, run that application. You want that to happen as fast and efficiently as possible. I play Cyberpunk. For those, if you play Cyberpunk, then you can testify, like I'm not capping here. Cyberpunk's load screens load stupid fast. That's probably one of the, outside of the graphics, that's one of the highlights of that game. That how fast the load screens are. They are stupid fast. Most of the games I play, I may like brown out on my phone, read a new comment or make a social media post. But when I played Cyberpunk 2077, I gotta finish it. I'm like real hesitant to go back because if it's not benchmarked, I don't have much interest in playing it. I really just want to complete the story. But the load times in that game is fast. The boot times, for example, on the core shredder, our X399 build, right, with the 1920X, and now that's what's housing the RTX 3090. Those are all on NVMe M.2s, and the system is just like blazing fast. It's a stupid, crazy, affordable upgrade you can make, and that's just starting at 240 gigabytes. Right, and I see Tricion's testifying. He feels me, right? Tricion says, yeah, the loading screens are very fast. They are. It's like literally seconds. You load your file. It's a screenshot, like a GIF or GIF. Please don't flame me too much on the comments. But however you want to pronounce it, there's a GIF or a GIF. It looks like, and there's some animation. There's like a police line that's animated, or maybe the police lights are animated. But it's just really fast. It's incredibly fast for a game that's not well optimized. But when you have a fast storage device or fast storage solution, it just overall dramatically just makes the experience that much better. Again, this is with an upgrade here in 2021 you can make right now. Now, we talked about a 240 gigabyte SSD run you about $33. Now, a 500 gigabyte SSD will run you about $60, right? $60 USD. Now, simple math here, 500 is more than 240, right? Almost 2x times that. You have to ask yourself, in most cases, I can spend almost 2x that price amount, right? Like $60 and get twice as much storage, and I can store more of my games. Or let's say you want to go with a single storage solution, right? Like a 1 terabyte. And this is what I recommend, like at least a 1 terabyte storage drive, right? Either an SSD or an NVMe. And then here's the thing between the two. With these prices that I'm giving you, you can expect to pay at least $20 to $40 more in each of these each of these capacity configurations, right? For example, 240 gigabyte SSD, right, would run you about $33. Now, 240 gigabyte NVMe M.2 SSD would run you about $49 or $50. So it really depends on what speed means to you. But as an upgrade option, going from a mechanical drive to an SSD will just give you a super bump, and just overall performance system responsive, right? Like a 1 terabyte single storage solution, 1 terabyte. And I see we got Planks PK. Planks PK says, hi, what's up, Planks PK? Planks PK, is good to see you. You're going to love this live stream, fam. We're talking about 5 upgrades, 5 ways you can upgrade your PC setup, right? Here in 2021 with components, with products that are both available and affordable. And you come at a perfect time because we are still very much in the middle of going over the first upgrade, which is an SSD or an NVMe M.2. We're talking from the perspective of the user that's still on a mechanical drive or a mechanical spinner. If you happen to already have an SSD in your system, and you know what you say, hey lab, you said 2 SSDs, that's wrong. It don't make it right. And I'm like, that's very much true. But if your system is already established, if it's already built, then by all means, expand your storage solution, because even 1 terabyte is pushing to not be enough as games, especially game-based service or live-based games like Call of Duty Warzone and even Fortnite, how they can continue to get bigger and bigger, right? Like they can continue to receive patch updates and updates that increases, right? Like if the developer adds newer textures or newer materials or just overall, newer features into the game, it could very much increase the storage of that game. So you would be perfectly in the right to say, well, I want to add at least a second storage solution, because having a, say, 1 terabyte or 500 gigabyte SSD and then having a 1 terabyte mechanical hard drive, it depends on the games you play. It depends if you use your system as a content creator. If you use your system if you're a content creator and you're here on a live show, I know most of you, I need to do a community tab poll on this, because I don't want to, again, come off ignorant and assume anything. But I know for the most part, most of the members in this community do not create content. But if you do create content and that content is around games, you might want to consider investing in a mechanical hard drive. And that's for what I refer to here. This is going to be on a shirt too, not this shirt. This is from the good people over at TubeBuddy. Again, they don't sponsor this channel, they don't sponsor the live show, but just overall decent brand. You can find more about them. Sorry, super shameless plug, but you can find more about TubeBuddy down in the description box below. Super, and it's free. Free is our favorite price around here. Right now, and speaking of price, after the TubeBuddy, talking about TubeBuddy, but you could go with the solid state drive, right? You can add, if you're a content creator, right? If you're a content creator, you create content, you create gaming content, and you're going to need a solution to store your videos. Video files take up a lot of space. Game files take up a lot of space. So you very much could have a SSD or an NVMe M.2 if your motherboard supports it, right? Like if your motherboard supports it, going with the 500 gigabyte NVMe M.2 would be great for you to run your editing program on. That's what I do with my editing rig here. I forgot what we call it. What do we call it? The editing rig or something to that effect. But with my editing rig, it's all NVMe M.2s, right? Every slide is occupied with an NVMe M.2. Now, I do have a mechanical drive in here, and that's just for backing up all of the videos, backing up all of my Photoshop files, backing up the content, just, or, for games I don't play as much. When I'm editing videos, I can just alt tab and, jump in to a game. It's incredible. It's incredible. Maple Joker ROFL. It's good to see you, Maple. I believe this is your first time. Let me switch back here. I believe this is your first time joining us. If you're still present with us, welcome, Maple. Maple says I'm Marin. All right, that's good. It's good to know. Give us a little bit more context. And Bad Habit says I NVMe you. I NVMe you too. Bad Habit. I NVMe everybody. I hope we are using that within the right context. But yeah, and I tell you what, if you have a system, tell me over in the comment section below if you know what size storage is in your system. Is it do you have an a mechanical drive, an HDD, HHD, if it's HDD, right? Hard drive. But if you have a hard drive, if you have a NVMe M.2, if you have just a normal SSD, tell me what you're using for your system in the chat now, right? And I see Butterknife. Wow, my kids are on the live stream. It's good to see you, Butterknife. What's up, Alexandria? And I see we have a few more people joining to the live show. If you're just now tuning in, welcome to the live show. I do want to remind everybody, either on your way in, please give this stream a like, please. And if you haven't yet, I do welcome you to subscribe here to this channel. We have a lot of awesome, super awesome community members that just help with the conversation, helps with adding value to the conversation, adding commentary to the conversation. My guys like Bad Habit, Tricion, just to name a few. Sorry if I missed anybody else if you're here and you haven't, quite let me know. But yeah, all good stuff. But let me know what you're using in the chat. As I see, Maple says, I save my programs on a 980 and put the files I work with on a 970 and also work with an SSHD. So yeah, I mean, that's what I was saying. That's like a hybrid. It's a solid slate hard drive. It's like a hybrid of a solid slate, an SSD and an HD. A hard drive. It's like the benefit of best of both worlds. But yeah, absolutely. So that's what I would recommend if you're a content creator or your workflow. Maybe you work for a software company or something to that extent. Maybe you're an animator, right? Maybe you work in Blender. Maybe you're a game developer, right? What you're going to want to do is your core programs, right? The programs that you rely on for your workflow, because as a creator, right? As an independent one like myself, like I run the Inside the Lab brand, but as a content creator or as, an independent contractor, what have you, whatever your title is, time is very much money, because what you don't want to do is take up your time working on your craft when you could be spending it doing other things like enjoying your spouse, enjoying your family, enjoying your kids, or scratching off activities on your bucket list. Planks PK says, I have a 2 terabyte HD mechanical drive and a 500 gigabyte NVMe SSD. Yeah, so that's awesome, Planks PK. That's a very well balanced. Sorry, as the camera's trying to focus, but that's a very well balanced storage solution, right? 2 terabyte hard drive, 500 gigabyte NVMe M.2 SSD. I imagine probably your favorite games are on your NVMe M.2. I know you play Fortnite. I've watched some of your videos. You probably have Fortnite on your NVMe M.2, which if not, you should, right? But again, that's very much decent space, and you could still install like a video, an editing program or Photoshop or what have you, or any other program you may need, if you had a content creation workflow. Bad Habit says my Windows is on a SSD, 120 gigabyte. Yes. So you know what? Let me stop that comment there, Bad Habit. Thanks for pointing it out, because you can go as low as a 120 gigabyte SSD. Like, especially if you just wanted just one drive for Windows only. Like if you just say, hey, nothing is going to go on this drive, but maybe Windows, maybe you have hardware monitor, right? Maybe you have hardware monitor, or maybe you're using a GPU overclocking software, or manipulation software like MSI Afterburner, right? Like that's my favorite. MSI definitely doesn't support this channel yet, but we're gonna work on that. We're gonna get MSI on. Shout out to MSI. I've reviewed a few of their products, but shout out to MSI. They need to come on and holler at me. But Bad Habit says my Windows is on SSD 120, which I need to upgrade, and I have a Saberent NVMe M.2 500 gigabytes. I'm looking for at least 4 terabyte NVMe for my next drive, but they are expensive. Yeah, I mean, a 4 terabyte NVMe, you're well within like the, I would imagine at least $400 plus range for a 4 terabyte NVMe M.2. For a 1 terabyte, even for a 1 terabyte solid state drive, right? You're in the ballpark range of about $100 to $120 for just a 1 terabyte SSD. Now, if you wanted to get a 1 terabyte NVMe M.2 SSD, you're looking at about $149. Now, it's awkward how that scales because you're not paying 2x more for 2x storage, right? You're very much still within the $400 price range for that NVMe M.2. But for a 2 terabyte, right, 2 terabyte SSD, you're about in the $200 price range. Maple Joker says, my SSHD is 14 terabytes. I hope SSDs will become as cheap as SSHD. Wow, I mean, that's insane. 14 terabytes. What kind of work do you do? Maple Joker. Sorry, I didn't mean to hit the mic, but that's an insane storage right there. 14 terabytes. Wow. I mean, you talk about future proofing. You're right up along the way there. But yeah, with an NVMe M.2, like Bad Habit pointed out, which is what I would recommend. You're about like I would even love to have a 4 terabyte NVMe. And for the upcoming because there's at least 2 more series we have to knock out, fam, before we can get into the mini ITX small form factor build series. In the case we have, it's right down there. But we have, at least to finish up the RTX 3090 series, at least one more series to bang out before we can jump into that. But it is coming, and for that, I am thinking about, going with just a high-end single storage solution like a 4 terabyte NVMe M.2 for that system. As I don't want to release too many details, but that system is going to have a specific use, and I really can't wait to launch that live show, or not live show, to launch that series. I mean, again, we have a few more people joining. I just want to remind you, do please give this stream a like and subscribe to the Inside the Lab channel if you haven't yet, so you can catch some of those series that you just got done hearing me rambling about, right? And Maple Joker says, yes, I do visual effects. Trisound says, jeez, yeah. So, I mean, for that workflow, I'd imagine why you would need 14 terabytes. As, 3D textures and models and what have you, they can take up a lot of space. And if you have a large catalog of, different models and what have you that you've created, I imagine where some of that space can fill up rather quickly. Trisound says, I use my school account's OneDrive for visual effects, and it's so annoying, but it is what it is. Right, and try to also consider Google Drive. I know you don't get a lot of space, but that does kind of suck. Sparta Rule says, what's your opinion about inland NVMe SSD? I have to, Sparta Rules, that's a good question. Part of my ignorance, but I actually have to do I have to look more into the to Inland's NVMe SSD. Is that a brand? Is that a product? I've never heard of it. And really, when it comes down to because there are different SSDs, different brands. So, you have Crucial, SanDisk, Samsung, Western Digital, just to name some of the 4 top ones that I almost recommend. It all depends on what the client's end use is, right? Like if you want old boy, good old reliable, SanDisk and Western Digital. I haven't had any issues between those two. I have had issues with HP SSDs. I have an HP SSD here that I believe has failed, but I've had an issue with HP SSDs. I've also had an issue with Windows 9 installed on some Kingston SSDs. But for Western Digital SSDs and SanDisk SSDs, those are pretty much reliable. I haven't had any issues there. But Inland, I'm not familiar with. Maple Joker says, do you think the 3000 series will keep going up or drop in price? I'm thinking about selling my rig for profit, to be honest, but I don't know. So, Maple Joker, if you sell, do you have more than one system? Because, you need your system for your visual effects, workflow. But off top, I'm going to say this about Ryzen 3000, or I'm sorry, the RTX 3000 series. I don't expect a price drop until RTX 4000 is very close to being announced, or at least a super series or a super series variant for the RTX 3000 series GPUs, right? That is when I would expect a price drop. First of all, they have to be available for the product to even experience a consumer, a price drop that's significant enough for consumers to even like gawk at. So if you factor in that most gamers are already looking for GPUs right now, if the prices dropped even further, then that demand would increase even higher as to maybe some users who thought I don't need to upgrade. Maybe my 1080 Ti, very much a fine graphics card. My 1080 Ti plays the games I like to play fine, and I don't necessarily need to upgrade. But now that RTX 3080 has dropped maybe by $149. So now you, the builder, right, or you with your system already established. Let's use Maple for example. Let's go ahead and assume and say let's just throw an RTX 3080, or let's throw an RTX 2070 in Maple's system. I don't know what you have, Maple, but RTX 2070 very much a capable graphics card. But let's throw an RTX 2070 into your system, very much a capable graphics card, right? Maybe you can play the games you want to play at the resolution you game at the settings you like to play at. But that RTX 3080 now is looking enticing with that $100 price drop. So now you got Zfluent, who I'm not sure is still here on live stream. You got Zfluent, who's trying to build their system and get into PC gaming, who's looking for a graphics card. And then now we have somebody who already has their system also looking for a graphics card. So the demand very much still will continue to increase, especially if there's a price drop. There needs to be either an influx of inventory factored into the equation, or Nvidia needs to come on with it and release more graphics cards, release newer graphics cards. Because let's keep it 100 in this community. We've talked, or not in this community, but I guess in this community in a larger scale outside of the inside the lab community, the PC gaming community in general. Most PC enthusiasts, most PC users are on that fixed upgrade mindset to where, oh, I need to upgrade, I need to upgrade, I need to upgrade, I need to upgrade. So there will always be, users, PC users looking to either build and buy or upgrade and buy. So this is why there needs to be an introduction of more graphics cards in order to warrant a price drop. Because if the price drops, it's going to make it even harder to find them. It really is. Spider Rule says, yes, they are. They are supposed to be a budget friendly and also have really high speeds. The ones I am eyeballing around 3,000 megabytes a second for reading. Right? Yeah, that's actually pretty decent. And Sparta Rules, I tell you what, you heard it here. That I will give them a look. I will give them a look because I do have some SSDs here that I could use for a couple builds. But hey, that's something we can also throw into the mix and compare. Or that can almost be a video within itself comparing SSDs. So you know what? I stand corrected. You got to hear. As soon as we're gonna have our soundboard, but I want to give a round of applause for Sparta Rules for the content drop, the content idea, because that's actually a really good idea. That's something we should consider, right? Sparta Rules. So definitely a good idea. That's the Inland NVMe M.2 SSDs. I will check those out. I'm all about the budget option here on this channel. We're all about saving you time and money while you master your hobby, right? That's what it's all about. Master your hobby, save time and money while doing so, because for the most part, we all love PC hardware and we all love playing games on the best platform that is the PC. No shade to consoles, because consoles definitely have their place, right? They definitely have their purpose, but PCs have characters, and that can just go a long way with the overall experience, right? As you play your games. This is the reason why these 5 upgrades are so important. We're going to jump right into it. Let me just get caught up on the chat really fast. And Maple says, I bought my 3090 for $2K, and I just saw it on eBay for $3K plus. I mean, yeah, this is the first Maple. I'm not sure if you remember the GPU tech-demic of 2019 we went through, where this same thing was going on. It wasn't as bad because there wasn't a certain, global issue wrecking economies and destroying families and just hurting and just killing so many people, right? But we did experience a tech-demic, a GPU shortage supply in 2019. And I had graphics cards, 1080 Ti's. I had so many graphics cards that I could even flip for a profit. Deep down inside, morally, and I'm not here to tell you what's right or wrong, right? I'm just here to help you save money and master your hobby, right? That is PC gaming. Save time and money while doing so. Master your hobby in a fun and informative and educational way, right? That is what it's all about here in this channel, right? That's what it's all about here in this channel. But morally, is it right to sell it for that increased price, right? Because I have graphics cards. I have one right here in the box, right? I have two downstairs sitting on the table. I could sell a few of the graphics cards and turn crazy profit, uncomfortable level profits. But morally, I don't think it's right. At the time in 2019, me personally, I didn't think it was right. I didn't think it was right. It goes against everything that I've even been preaching here on this channel. Fam, I've been saying don't entertain the scalpers. If you want it, my opinion is don't entertain the scalpers. Don't entertain the scalpers. But I mean by don't entertain the scalpers is don't pay, 30, 40%, 50% more for a new graphics card. It destroys the value. It destroys the value. A RTX 3080 10 gigabyte is not worth it, right? When it's selling for $1,500, it's just it's destroying, it's wrecking the value. That's maybe a second reason why I wouldn't want to sell the graphics cards I have now. I see 1650 Supers like this one here, this MSI 1650 Super. And I know you guys, it's more of a prop at this point, but it is, we will utilize it in an upcoming video. But it's more so like a very expensive prop because this variant, this MSI variant right here, is selling for, if you can look it up, don't look it up now because I don't want anybody to leave. Like we're jumping right back into the conversation. So much value. This graphics card right now on eBay selling for about $300-400. I paid $189. That's with tax included at a Best Buy before the GPU shortage got really, really bad. This was, I believe, it was back in March or April. You can find that video. It's actually a really dope video where we reviewed this graphics card. It was actually my first GPU review video I did, but definitely give that one a watch if you want a good time, just an overall good, experience and just review of that graphics card. But I feel uncomfortable selling it, knowing that I don't want to sell it for 200 because all somebody's going to do is come around, buy 200 and turn around and sell it for like 450 or sell it for 380 or sell it for, and then they'll make $200. Right? So even selling it at, in a respectable and affordable price wouldn't even make sense. The graphics card is not worth $400. Right? It's just not at that price point. Now, again, we're going to talk a little bit more about that in an upcoming video. It is GPU based, so do keep a lookout for that one. Right? Again, remember, like this video, like this stream if you haven't, and subscribe if you're new to the channel. Hopefully, this live stream I will earn your subscription. But yeah, I mean, I paid about $2,000 for my RTX 3090 as well. The Asus ROG Strix RTX 3090. It was like 2,000 and some change. But no, I wouldn't dare sell it. And I've seen them going as high as $4,000 for an RTX 3090. That is insane. I don't even think the graphics card is worth it at that price point. It's a fantastic, super hyper fast graphics card. Features out the gazoo. 24 gigabytes of GDDR6X, video memory. It's a super fast graphics card. But even at $4,000, it's still hard pressed to tell you that it's even worth it at that price point, right? Like if you're not gaming at 4K, first of all, you may be on a 1440p high refresh rate monitor, but you still would need a fast CPU to keep up with the graphics card even at that resolution. But it just destroys the value, in my honest opinion. Tricion says, I've been mining Ethereum with my GPU lately, even in some games, because my GPU is barely doing anything in a few games I play. Now, I understand why people want mine so bad. I mean, people want graphics cards bad in general. I believe you have a RTX 2070 Super. Not sure what resolution you play at, though, Tricion, but the 2070 Super is still very much a capable graphics card, right? Now, it's a shame of what's happening with the GPU market because there was a time when the RTX 2070 at maybe like 4, even if, if we could head back in time and maybe prevent the whole techdemic, the whole GPU shortage supply or shortage supreme, you'd be probably finding RTX 2070s for $400 now, $300-400, right? And that'd be an insane graphics card at that price point, 1440p, mid to high settings level, graphics card, definitely achievable. But yeah, people are hurting for graphics cards in general. But what resolution do you play at, Tricion? Are you 2560 by 1440p? I believe you have 1080. I'm going to let me say you have 1080p, 144 hertz monitor. And even then, you would want a fast graphics card to power that resolution and monitor. But we're speaking on the subject of games. Yeah, we talked about it a little bit as we jump back into with the first upgrade. But game files are increasing in size. And like Maple Joker, who says they have a 14 terabyte, excuse me, 14 terabyte SSHD. So they're pretty, future proof in terms of their workflow, right? Like their creative workflow in terms of having enough space to manage that going forward. But if you either want to level up your SSD, right, for more, for excuse me, just a faster system, right? Just overall faster system responsiveness, faster boot times, faster load times. Consider yourself in that 60, even down to 120 gigabyte SSD, right? Like Bad Habit had pointed out and mentioned, even down to 120 gigabyte SSD, which would run you like under $30, right? It could significantly boost your load times, get you into Windows so much faster, right? And then, of course, if you need more space because games are increasing, definitely consider at least a mechanical hard drive. You can scratch about $20, $30, even for a 1 terabyte hard drive. They're going for like 49, $50, $60. So if it's a game, like games like Fortnite, I would recommend you not keep on a mechanical drive as it will introduce stutterings and what have you. Especially if you have other files on that drive that are being called while the game is actually being called and its resources and assets are being loaded. Triceon says, or maybe we'll go up a little bit because Maple Joker says, "Yep, I sold my 1080 Ti a few months ago for $350. Yeah, I had two of them, and I sold mine in staggered points of about $450. I mean, one, I had an Asus ROG Strix. Some of you might have seen on the channel. Excuse me, if you haven't seen that video, that's another classic. I welcome you to go back. Forewarning, the audio is, excuse me, man, I'm dry. The audio and those games aren't that great, but the production, just the story level is just really dope. So it's Hot Boy Fire. And Trisound says, yeah, 1080p 144 hertz, but a few games I play aren't optimized for my GPU, so the GPU usage is a bit low at times. I've never used or seen anything above 1080p. Okay, and I'm not going to risk wasting my money on something I didn't need. Totally understandable. Totally understandable. I can understand the 1080p monitor, 144 hertz, especially like if you were super heavy, you play a lot of competitive based games, which I believe at one point you were, but for most typical games, you don't even need 144 hertz. But you'd be surprised the difference going from say a 2560 by 1440p 144 hertz monitor versus 1080p 144 hertz. You could even lower some of the settings in your game, but totally respect that though. Totally respect that. But yeah. So I see you're running into a little bit of a bottleneck. It's not necessarily a bottleneck, but you would want that GPU utilization to be pegged at 100% whenever possible. So yeah, not necessarily a bottleneck, but you might want to consider maybe a faster CPU. Maybe bump up to that, Zen 3. Get yourself a 5600X or a 5800X. Take advantage of that double-digit IPC performance gain. But all right, so that was upgrade suggestion number one, right? SSD or NVMe M.2, right? You can get a 120 gigabyte SSD, like I just mentioned, for under $20, around $20. 240 gigabyte SSD for about $33. 500 gigabyte SSD for $60, a 1 terabyte SSD for about $100 to $120. All depends on the brand that you go with, and then a 2 terabyte SSD for a little over $200. And again, you can add about $20 to $40 on top of those prices if you want to, take advantage of your motherboard's PCI or NVMe M.2 functionality. Okay, you could just expect to pay again for 500 gigabyte NVMe SSD. You pay it for like $80, like at least $80, 80 to $90. All depends on the brand and manufacturer you go with. But that is one upgrade, right, of five. Let's jump into number two really fast. Don't worry, they're going to pick up and keep going. But, here's a popular one that you hear about so much, right? And that's not that because we just got to talk about that. But that's number two, and that's more RAM or, faster RAM. And maybe even a combination of the two, right? Like it's okay to want to increase your your RAM capacity, but also want to increase your RAM speed. Now, take into consideration when you want to upgrade your RAM speed, right? Especially if you're on the Ryzen platform, do make sure you check your motherboard's QVL, its quality vendor list, to see what DDR4 kits are optimized for your motherboard, and that way you won't run into and or you will significantly decrease your chances of running into any issues while trying to load or enable your memory's XMP, right, or the DOCP on AMD's version, right, and that's the DOCP. The DOCP is just like the XMP. XMP stands for Extreme Memory Overclocking Profile. While DOCP is DRAM Overclocking Profile. So they are essentially the same thing. XMP just originated on Intel, but because motherboard manufacturers, man, we all types of crisscross. Motherboard manufacturers, that's a mouthful. Try saying that 10 times. I dare you right now. No, don't, but motherboard manufacturers right now, they make Intel and AMD motherboards, so they just ensure that the RAM is optimized for that motherboard. But again, if you want to, make sure you check your motherboard's QVL. Now, depending on what you're upgrading from, right? Maybe you brought a pre-built that only had 8 GB, a single rank or a single DIMM. That's one memory card, right? Or one memory stick. Maybe you bought a pre-build and only had 8 GB of RAM, right? Maybe you bought an older pre-build and only has 4 GB. Like, wow, 4 GB of DDR4, which would be surprised because most modern systems, especially pre-builts, are shipping with at least 8 GB of DDR4 because to play most games, that's a healthy starting point. Like I'd be hard pressed. You wouldn't be able to run too many games with 4 GB of DDR4. You figure Windows is going to take up at least a gig and a half of that memory resources. So rip the rest of the resources when it comes time to your games loading, right? Tracian says, unless I play competitive games, I don't sit very close to the monitor, so I notice the pixels less. Okay, cool. Yeah, and I mean the extra pixels help more so in detail-driven games, like detail-written games, like The Witcher 3, for example. It's just you go from playing that game at 1080p to 1440p, and that extra difference of 300 to 400 plus pixels, however many it is, you can see math's not my strong point, but however many 400 plus pixels I believe it is, there is a slight difference, and especially if you can play one on curves, but totally understandable. It really does come down to the type of games you play and the type of games you enjoy as a PC gamer, because your monitor is the window to your system's soul. And everybody's system, like our souls, ironically, everybody's system and everybody's soul is very different, right? Very different. So, awesome stuff, though, Tricion. But again, depending on what you're upgrading from, going from 4 GB single rank or even 8 GB dual rank, so that's dual channel, two memory sticks, it could help you run games you may not have been, that you may not have been able to play before. So if you wanted to play Fortnite, which don't, correct me if I'm wrong. I can't tell the time. I'm not going to bring it up because it's not necessarily important for the conversation. But let's say Fortnite has a minimum, RAM requirement of 4 GB, which I'm not sure if it does or if it doesn't. It might be 6 GB. But let's say it's at least 4 GB. Chances are you haven't been able to run the game before. So if you upgrade your RAM, it puts you into a whole new range of titles you can play and experience. With Fortnite just being one of them, which essentially Fortnite can run on a potato, right? Fortnite can run on a potato. But now this opens you up to other games that you can play that you weren't able to play before. And now RAM upgrades can be a little tricky because if you don't want your RAM to mismatch, maybe you can't find a complementing stick that matches the RAM speed, that matches the model number, the cache latency rating. You maybe can't find, right, a memory stick to add to that. So maybe your system has 8 and you want another one, right? You want another stick. You may want to consider just buying a whole new dual channel kit, like just a whole nother memory kit, like a dual channel kit, 16 GB dual channel kit. That'd be a heck of an upgrade. Even going from 8, you'll have less stutterings, better minimum of 1% lows, just a much more smoother experience, right? And now memory, oh man, if some of you may or not remember, but let me switch back here really fast, because do some of you remember how bad of a place memory was in about 2018, 2019? Memory was stupid expensive. Like you couldn't find 16 GB, dual channel memory kits, 3200 megahertz CL16 cache latency. You couldn't find those kind of kits for under $100. They were selling for like $200-300. I had a 32 gigabyte, the same memory kit that I used for the core shredder for X299 build. That I paid, I believe, $349 for that memory kit. At one point, it was worth 800 to 900 when the memory shortage supply, the memory, the memory modules, the memory chips. There was a shortage in the micron chips that Samsung uses for DRAM, and it just created this huge bubble where most people couldn't even build DRAM. RAM was costing more than graphics cards. That is insane. Tracy says about RAM. I just got 2 more sticks about a month ago. Awesome. So I see you upgraded. Dope. So it's like a single easy upgrade, and I'm going to talk about it more when we switch back into the title card because it's just a matter of dropping it into your system. Power your system down, right? Turn it upside down. Make sure the teeth are lined up with the groove that's actually on the DIMM. So that's the teeth on the memory. I wish I had some stick of memory next to me. Do I have some here on the show me shelf? No. But anyway, make sure the teeth on the memory module lines up with the groove on the DIMM. You just pop it in there and wait for that satisfying click, click. And it is satisfying. It's satisfying to me anyway. But, yeah, memory prices were insane. Memory prices were insane. As Tristan says, I remember that. That was insane. Yeah, it was insane. I said insane like 5 times, 10 times. That's insane within itself. And Maple Joker says, OMG, yeah, 2018, I paid $600 for 664 gigabytes of Crucial. I could believe it because the 32 gigabyte kit of Samsung memory I had was selling for like $800-900, and that was new, even on Newegg. Now, in some places over on the market, the used market like eBay and OfferUp and Craigslist, they were still going for even higher. That you had 16 gigabyte memory kits going for twice, 3 times as much as what they're going for now. Now, this is why that's obviously we're not in that time anymore, right? So with the RAM prices are stable, they're back to where they were. Could you imagine how jacked up the PC market would be if we were suffering the GPU techdemic or the GPU techdemic and the shortage supreme over there on top of inflated memory prices? It would make the process even more expensive with getting into PC gaming. So glad that that's not the case anymore. And just like and it's just like let me switch back here really fast before we continue on through this example, because I talked about this in a DLSS video, right? In the and somewhere in the beginning of that video, which if you haven't seen that video at the conclusion of this live show, right? If you can't hang for the full duration of the live show, you got to pop in, you got to pop out. Totally fine. If you're just now joining us, welcome to the weekly live Q&A. But, again, I do plan on doing more content centered around this subject, okay? But sorry, I slightly lost my train of thought there because I see we have more people joining in. I just want to welcome more people to the live show. So excited about going live. I love going live. But I talked about this in that video where I said just like the GPU shortage supreme, the techdemic of 2019, and now even the memory escapade that we went through where DRAM prices were through the roof, that stabilized as well. This too shall pass, fam. We shall get through this, right? Like Maple, bro, I'm talking like, fam, listen, don't sell your system, right? Like pretty soon here, I can't say pretty soon, right? Seems a bit morbid because in all it's perception versus reality. Pretty soon is really like 7-8 months from now, maybe 6 to 7 months, right? That's pretty soon. If you already have a system, you're in a good place. But there are genuine people like Zfluent, right, that was here during this live show, like Zfluent, who wants to get into PC gaming right now, but he can't because he can't get a graphics card, right? For those of us who have graphics cards and we're content with it, like for example, Tricion with his RTX 2070, right? Maple has an RTX 3090. So we're content with these graphics cards. We don't need new graphics cards, right? But even for a user who maybe say wanted a 1660 Ti, I did the best gaming PC to build in 2021 under $900 at a time where the GPU prices had just gotten out of control, right? So quick story time, when I did that video, I'm busting down, I'm getting the parts, pricing everything out, and that graphics card was slowly starting to increase, but it was about $50 to $60 more over MSRP, and we bought that from a local retailer. We went to a local state. We did have to go out of the state to find it though, but the GPU situation had just gotten critical, and I just was able to get that build off. The 1660 Ti, the 16 series levels of GPUs in general, fantastic budget-oriented level graphics cards, right? That can get the job done at 1080p and 1440p. In that video, I tested the 1660 Ti with its 6 gigabytes of GDDR5 video VRAM. I tested that graphics card at 1080p and 1440p, and it would definitely warrant, even if it's for a second monitor, and that user does plan on adding a second 1440p monitor, even if it's adding a second monitor to be able to say maybe manage your game on one side, or you want to listen to music, jump into some content creation. The graphics card is very much still capable, but the 1660 Ti is nowhere to be found. You can't find it at MSRP, and even then it's selling for about $500 to $600 even right now, even higher, like $700 even right now. Now, if again we weren't dealing with these issues, the 1660 Ti between the 1650 even Super, between the 1650 Super for a 1080p 60 hertz card, right? High setting 1080p 60 hertz card. But the 16 series in general, like if a user wanted a modern graphics card, right, one that modern encoder, NVIDIA encoder, and you didn't necessarily care about ray tracing features or DLSS features, right? Tensor cores and RT cores. Maybe you don't care about those features. You just want a capable graphics card. The 16 series positions you in a perfect spot. Same thing over on Radeon Team Red sides, AMD's Radeon Division side, with the RX 5700 and the 5500 XT and the 5700 and 5700 XT. Those graphics cards too, very well capable graphics cards for 1080p and 1440p gaming, but you just can't find them. But this too shall pass. We shall get over the situation we're dealing with graphics cards, right? It's just going to take a while. We just got to hang in there, fam. But I tell you what, I feel confident we're going to get through here. I wouldn't continue to keep creating content if I didn't think that this will pass and that we'll be in better times, and that we definitely have to keep the content hustle going and flowing. And let's segue right back into what we were talking about, and that's more RAM, right? Now, especially with, again, depending on where you're upgrading from. If you're upgrading from 4 to 8, 8 to 16, you're going to be able to run games maybe that had higher, higher DRAM requirements, right? Maybe the game you want to play has 8 gigabytes of, 8 gigabyte DRAM. I keep wanting to say VRAM, DRAM requirement. So making this upgrade to your system, and again, it's easy because it's just a drop in a dime. Like Triceon said, he added 2 sticks to his system about a week ago. Or I don't say, did you say a week ago? About a month ago. So it's about a month ago, a month ago. But anyway, it's a very easy upgrade to install, right? And again, we talked about more RAM. The idea here, the concept is more RAM or faster RAM. You can do both if possible. Like if applicable with Lab Fam, listen, what I would recommend is you do both depending on your platform. If you're on an older platform, like a 3rd generation, Intel CPU, or 4th generation Intel CPU, maybe you're on DDR3. DDR3 tops out at 2133 megahertz, right? Like I believe you have 866 megahertz and then 1333 megahertz and then 2133 megahertz. But DDR3 tops out at 2133 megahertz. So even if you're on an older DDR3 platform, which might even be holding up very much for your needs, right? Maybe you're on like X79 or shout out to X58. Some of you have been asking me for more X58 content. And I've been interested to do more X58. It's just with the advent of Ryzen and CPU prices, CPUs becoming more available than they are than GPUs, because motherboards are still very much too expensive. So again, it goes all the way back to if you can find these things on a used hustle and maybe pick up a used motherboard like an X58 motherboard for like $40, $30, $40, maybe even $50, and grab up an X5675, a 6-core 12-thread Xeon, right? At least on that chipset, you got yourself a pretty capable, decent CPU to work with there. 16 gigabytes or 12 gigabytes of DDR3 RAM, and say a 10 series graphics card, you'd be able to do some damage on that system. But yeah, faster RAM, especially DRAM, faster. Usually with computers, faster is normally better. Remember we talked about in last week's live show why your CPU gets hot, right? What's it doing? It's working fast, and the faster your CPU is going, the more power. I don't know why I'm bouncing, but the faster your CPU is going, the more power it's going to generate, and the more heat it's going to generate, right? So usually, anything faster is usually better for your system, right? In most cases, if your fan can go faster, cool, although it's going to generate more noise. The faster your GPU, the more frame output, right? The faster your CPU, the better minimum 1% loads of communication between the graphics card, right? All of those things. The faster your SSD, the faster your load and boot times. Faster is usually better, faster for the win, especially with DDR4. But, and this is especially with Ryzen, anything, especially on DDR4, so we talked about DDR3, 2133 megahertz with DDR3 topping out, right? But especially with Ryzen over on the AM4 side and DDR4 side, 24, if you're coming from 24 megahertz, 2400 megahertz to 2666 megahertz is generally the sweet spot for like Ryzen 3 and Ryzen 5 level CPUs. Now, if you want to say go in excess of that, I would recommend at least a RAM speed to start at 3200 megahertz CL16. That's especially for a Zen 2, right? A Zen 2 CPU or a Zen Plus CPU, because the integrated memory controllers are like they operate a little bit more efficiently on those compared to first generation Ryzen CPUs, where your DRAM could very much top out at about 2933 megahertz. So that's just something to take into consideration. But faster RAM, remember we talked about this in the one of the most popular videos on this channel. Let me switch back really here fast. Quick story time. One of the most popular videos, videos, I guess if you will, on this channel, where over 23,000 views, is overclocking your memory or overclocking your RAM worth its title, one of those two. Is overclocking your memory or is overclocking your RAM worth it, right? In that video, I demonstrated, although it is with a OG Zen, right, like a Zen 1 Ryzen 5 1600X on a Gigabyte X470 motherboard and a GTX 1070. Speaking of the GTX 1070, right, I believe it was ZFluent who brought it up, but in that video, I demonstrated the performance gains you get compared to, say, running your DDR4 at its stock speed of 2133 megahertz, which, if you are, forewarning, before you even want to introduce the idea of going into the BIOS, because there is some risk associated with going into your BIOS, you have to be comfortable with working in that environment and changing settings and knowing what you're changing so you don't brick your system or change something and you're unsure how to switch it back. So there is some level of risk associated with diving into your BIOS, but you want to ensure, and I mentioned this in that video. And again, before you watch that video, if you're hungry for more content after the weekly live experience, after our weekly live show, I'm telling you, there are a lot of fire. There's some bangers in the description box, aka the basement, starting with our most recent ones. But that video especially, right, is overclocking your RAM worth it? I demonstrate the performance gains you get from, say, running your RAM, especially your DDR4 RAM, at its stock speed of 2133 megahertz versus, say, an XMP of 2666 megahertz, which, spoiler alerts or spoiler warning, that seems to have been the speed that scaled well or scaled the best, at least with the 1600X, right? And an X470 motherboard, like that speed offered there was no performance lost, if you will. No, there were no diminishing returns, is what it's called. But I demonstrated in a side-by-side, right, the FPS output, and it was somewhere in like 10 to 20%, huge significant jump running your RAM from 2133 megahertz to, like, say, 2666 megahertz, or most RAM, especially 3000 or higher rated DDR4, you should have no issue dialing in a 2933 megahertz XMP profile. I've been able to dial in a 2933 megahertz profile on most of the first generation Ryzen CPUs. I have touched that. I've gotten here through, at least in this lab, and fam, no, not any one of these parts has been sampled to me. Like, I had responded to a comment on the RTX 3090 review, and that member in the community thought that my RTX 3090 was sampled to me. I'm like, no, fam, this wasn't sampled to me. If it was sampled to me, y'all would know. There'd be certain things Asus wouldn't want me to talk about. There would be certain games Asus wants me, or Nvidia Asus wants me to benchmark. There'd be certain games Asus would want me to compare, maybe say a graphics card. I wouldn't be in control of the review. So no, that graphics card wasn't sampled to me. I bought that graphics card, right? I bought that graphics card. But, XLR Gaming, Cliff is good to see you. Cliff says, what's up, ladies and gentlemen? Cliff, where you been, fam? It's good to see you. I do want to add, Cliff reached out to me over on Twitter. Which, forgive me if I mix up our names, fam. I try to, keep up and match up you guys' YouTube names with your Twitter names. Which if you're not following me on Twitter and Instagram, man, I'm doing some fun stuff with reels and stories that's outside of the platform. So definitely be following me over there at Inside the Lab YT, shameless plug. But Cliff sent me over a GeForce subscription code to give away here on the channel. Now, I did not forget about you, Cliff. I did not definitely forget about you, and I definitely appreciate it. And even Cliff had said that I can make it, anonymous, or I didn't have to mention where the gift giveaway came from. But no, I wasn't going to do that. Definitely want to give credit to where credit's due and give props to where props is due. But Cliff, I rest assured, I do plan on doing giveaways on the upcoming 2-year anniversary. Again, our 2-year anniversary is coming up April 20th. It's April 27th. I launched the channel April 20th, but the first video went up April 27th. But either way, this is our anniversary month, and the second year, we're coming up on our second year. So during the anniversary live stream, I do plan on still very much giving that code away. And even if there was a subscription or an expiration date, I will very much honor it and still give it away in your honor. So awesome stuff there. It's good to see. Also see Your Highness is in the house. Your Highness and Cliff. What? At the same time, it's good to see. We have the, our Fantastic Five is in the house. Your Highness, XLR Gaming, Tricion, Sparta Rules. Just to name a few. I'm just naming, and when I say that, I'm just naming some of the folks that I can just recognize that have been, here since the very first live show. The very first live show that we did back in August 15th of 2015. A lot of you that are here now are, were here present for that live show. And I definitely appreciate you, friends and fam, for coming out and coming back and continuing to support the live show with your time. Because your time is what's going to help, get this channel monetized and what have you, and break out and just reach more people, help convert more gamers, right? Help more gamers, help more people in this community save time and master their hobby while doing so. So yeah, definitely shout out to XLR Gaming, Cliff being one of the community members who was thoughtful enough to pass down some value to a lucky participant here in this community. And if you're just now joining us, welcome to the Inside the Lab weekly live experience. We are discussing 5 upgrades that are both affordable and available here in 2021 you should consider for your PC setup. If you're just not joining us, we went over the first upgrade, which we're going to switch back here in a second, but I did want to make mention again to do another shameless plug and point out that if you didn't know, again, we are celebrating the 2nd year anniversary at the end of the month with the end of the month live stream. So do be sure to be present for that. It's going to be fun. I'm also going to try to get Mrs. Moderator on the camera here with us to participate in that live show, in the 2nd year anniversary live show. She helps me out so much with the content, with either setting up the camera, setting up the lights, or just asking for opinions if I'm showing her a thumbnail, or say, hey, what do you think about this segment? Or I'm very particular over the music that goes in the videos and like the music for the live streams and just the vibe in general. So yeah, you're going to want to be present for that live show. That's going to be the last Saturday, right? That's going to be the last Saturday, which I believe is the 20-something other Mrs. Moderator. Can I get a confirmation on that? But it's going to be the last Saturday of this month, and you're going to want to be present for that. We're going to be doing some giveaways, no string, some NSA giveaways, like no strings attached, like Amazon gift cards, some merch. We're going to give away some merch. So yeah, and no, it's not on a Tuesday. It's actually the 24th will actually be the anniversary live stream. That's the final Saturday, as Mrs. Moderator just helped me out with the calendar. That's going to be the final Saturday in this month, and it's going to be the anniversary live stream. We're going to be giving away merch, Amazon gift cards, Steam gift cards, anything else. If you're watching, you want to, give some product away. TubeBuddy, if you're watching and you want to give, a subscription tier away to a friendly creator that can maybe benefit them and help them grow and manage their YouTube channel. TubeBuddy, if you're watching, holla at me. Rob Balasabas, Andrew Can. Let me know. Come on, holla at me. Send me a DM. I would love to, bless another creator with the ability to use TubeBuddy. But enough of that. But do keep a lookout. That will not be a pop-up live stream. We will definitely you will definitely see that pop up. But that's going to be fun times. If most of you were here for the end of year live stream, thank that, right? Thank that. But it's our anniversary. Like, come on, this is really dope because so many creators, stop their journey or pause their journey at a very early stage. And even for me to be here at 2 years, it's just or coming up on 2 years. I haven't quite gotten there yet. But even to be here on 2 years, it's just been an amazing and incredible journey and ride. And I really, it's because of this community and the energy that is reciprocated from this monitor, from your screen, from your phone, from your tablet, from your monitor, however you watch. And like it's crazy. Like I do this because I actually have a community that shows up and supports what we have going on. So the anniversary live stream is going to be dope fire, man. It's going to be a good time, and we're actually going to share in some of the, some more future endeavors for the channel. And I know some of you who are looking forward to it that wasn't here at the beginning house cleaning segment, but we talked about the Discord. Discord invites are going out this week. So you heard it here first. I know Tricion, some of you, Cliff, I know some of you guys are already subscribed to the email notification list. But if you are not yet subscribed to the email list, don't leave now, right? Please don't leave now. But at the end of the show, which the live stream stays up, at the end of the show, jump down in the description box, right? And join our email list, because the community Discord will only be accessible to very core audience members in this community. So that's going to start with those of you who are email and who are subscribed to the email list. But Discord invites are going out this week. Have some really fun stuff. I'm really looking forward to bringing the community one hub, right? Like one community, one voice, right? One hub, one voice. You know what I mean? That's what it's about. One hub, one voice. And I look forward to communicating and fellowshipping. Again, join the email list, because it's going to go behind a member services or a member subscription after maybe the first month or 2 months. And we're going to have monthly giveaways over there, voice chat sessions, what have you, and also some really fun stuff planned for channel membership. So you're going to love that. You're going to love that. When I tell you fun stuff planned for channel memberships, like I've shared that with Mrs. Mod, and if you're a creator now, they'll take this the wrong way, but I don't even see creators doing some of the ideas and concepts I have for our channel memberships. And it's just, the idea is to pull you closer to me, the creator, as much as possible. So very fun times ahead for that. But back on the subject at hand, enough of those shameless plugs out the way, but I just wanted to squeeze that in there because we talked about it so much in the beginning of the live show, and people, come and go, and it's all good. All good. I only ask that you definitely give this stream a like on your way in, on your way out. I did say if the stream got to 12 likes, I think it was 12 likes. I said if the stream got to 12 likes, I'll do a freestyle poem about PC gaming or just PCs in general. So do be sure to give the stream a like and subscribe if you haven't yet. Let's get the stream up to 12 likes so I can go ahead and you guys can hear me bust out a horrible poem about this lovely hobby we all have. But yeah, keep a lookout on the anniversary stream. Going to be fun times. But we talked about, the first upgrade we talked about really fast was, how an SSD or an NVMe M.2 all the way down from the $20 range with a 120 gigabyte reader all the way up to like a $200 2 terabyte reader. How it can just drastically improve your system response time, your load times, your boot times, right? Or it can enable you to download and install more games. So maybe you only have a single storage solution. Maybe you just don't have enough, right? We talked about how beefy Call of Duty Warzone is, or we talked about how games as a service in general can continue to have their file sizes increase as the developers add new features to the game, or as they sharpen their materials, sharpen their textures, or sharpen the details in their games and their environments. Those game files could very much improve. So that's one upgrade you can make that is super cost effective, super easy to install. You plug your SATA in, you plug the power in, you plug the SATA into your motherboard. You may have to go into the Windows and create a new volume, right? Create that new drive, name the drive, and boom, you're good to go. Like it's something that I plan on doing a tutorial, like a quick fire tutorial series, like tutorials under 3 or 4 minutes that could be super helpful, teaching you how to do those things. Installing and creating a new volume for your storage device, installing Windows for the first time, installing and updating your BIOS, because especially if you're on an older platform, I know it's shaky territory, but if you're on an older platform, you could benefit from a BIOS update with improved memory, with improved memory support, or especially over on the Ryzen side, how you can update your BIOS if you're on an older chipset to, increase your CPU support for your motherboard. So I do plan on doing a few rapid fire series on how to do those things, but essentially this upgrade, the first upgrade of our 5, that is upgrading your SSD, right? Or your NVMe M.2. Bad Habit says, how about external drives like a backup? Yeah, absolutely. So I use a external drive. I have a few, but my main go-to one is a 1 terabyte Western Digital hard drive, and I use that as a backup, right? And you very much could use it as a backup. Like if you want to, it's good to back up. You know, a bad habit made an interesting point. Let me switch back here because it's very important that you back up your system in general, especially if you have, photos or videos that you are unable to replicate or re-download. Like maybe you only have one digital copy, right? You do want to routinely back up your system, back up your data, right, on the regular. Now, you very much could do that with an external drive, which are just as, they're lower, they are affordable now more than ever, right? Like you could pick up a 1 terabyte Western Digital external hard drive for about 40 to 50 bucks, at least here locally, and even online for maybe slightly more. But you can even scale that up to like a 2 terabyte external hard drive, depending on what your workflow is, right? Like I believe it was maple syrup. Sorry, I'm a little hungry. But I believe it was Maple that was saying that they have a 14 terabyte SSHD. So they're also a visual effects artist. Maybe also on top of that, he would want to consider, or they would want to consider running that off of their system. So in the event that that drive fails, because that's the problem, fam, especially with mechanical drives, SSDs too. SSDs read information digitally, but mechanical hard drives physically will pull the data as it spins. So it has a needle. You can think of like a 45 player. I'm not that old, but we have a 45 player. Me and Mrs. Mom, we got a 45 player downstairs. Downstairs. So shout out to the old heads who know what a 45 record player is. But mechanical drives, it's internals. There's a disc. There's like a metallic disc, and on that information is a needle, and that information spins. And as it spins, it's drawing the information down. So those parts wear over time, and that your hard drive does have an expected, death. It has expected termination date. Like the manufacturer knows now. Most hard drives last for 7 years. I've been through a lot of different hard drives, and especially some used ones. Like I'll take a risk on a used hard drive every once in a while. It all depends on the year it was manufactured. Now, most hard drives, you can see the year it was manufactured on the actual, sticker or tape. You can see that it was made in 2013, 2014. Most hard drives have a 7-year life expectancy with them. So if your hard drive, you right now, if your hard drive is like, manufactured in 2012, 2013, 2014, even 2015, that's just an average. You want to consider preparing to back up your data, back up your information, back up anything that that's worth backing up, right? Or that would hurt if you lost, right? It's very important that you do that. But Bad Habit makes an interesting point. Back up your data. It's very, it's affordable, it's very cost effective, and you only, you won't take up a lot of space on your external drive because you're only backing up the files that are important to you, right? I have so many files, even from my time as a developer, as an indie game developer or independent game developer, even as my time as an independent game developer. I have game files and builds saved on external hard drives, even from those times. And some of these are like 5, 6 years old, to the point where I can fire up the game right now and play one of the games that we developed some 6, 7, 8 years ago. So all good stuff. You definitely want to make sure you back up your data. I got stories. I can share this. I made the mistake before with a AMD laptop I had where I didn't back up the information, and it was corrupted. It had some overheating issues. The CPU fried, and I replaced it, and then that fried again, and I tried to pull. Then at that point, I just pulled the storage out and just tried to extract the information, but it was all corrupted. So I lost a lot of like work and some original music I had produced for some of the games we were working on during that time. So I cannot stress the importance of backing up your data, backing up your information, especially if you are a content creator or you have important files, like maybe personal files that you have saved digitally onto your system. It's good to just back back that data up off of your computer. Say something happens to your computer, or your hard drive fails, at least you have the information that's easiest to get back, right? Like if it's your games and your programs, you can always re-download and reinstall those. But for the files that are harder to replicate and mean much more, you definitely want to back them up. Let me get caught up in the chat really fast. Sparta Rule said I sent you the link to those two SSDs from Inland to your DMs over on the Instagram. Awesome. Yeah, definitely. I will definitely check those out at the live shows. It's one of the routines. I normally will head over to the Instagram and check the DMs. It's normally some of you DM me over on Instagram. And then if you're here watching, this is your first time and you're not following us over on Instagram, fam, follow us over on Instagram. I'm gonna keep shameless plugging it. Our Instagram is growing. I'm having fun over on Instagram, right? Like just creating content over there that's related around the bigger picture content. That's the hub right here on YouTube. But awesome stuff. So I will definitely check out this Inlands as XLR Gaming. So as Cliff's even giving him his endorsement. Cliff says Inlands are actually pretty good budget options. So yeah, XLR Gaming. We were on that segment where we were talking about SSDs. Sparta Rules had bought up Inland. And I said I'm not familiar with them, but I said that SSD speeds, it could be a whole nother video, a whole nother topic, maybe even spritzer live show before the video, possibly even to even talk about just how read and write speeds work on storage devices and the difference between maybe read and write on SATA versus PCIe, because you also have you have M.2 DIMM M.2s where your M.2 could fit into your memory slot. So there's different forms of it that can just get faster and faster. But how well does that scale with a budget option? Well, XLR Gaming Bad Habit gave us Sparta Rules, which you can get the air horn going again. Sparta Rules gave us a content idea because I really strongly feel like we should revisit that subject. But that's a whole nother video, as I would like to demonstrate the differences in, like, say, your Windows boot time, your Windows load time, loading two games side by side to see which one loads faster, all of those things. And Bad Habit says, and I saw Cliff said that earlier. Let me go back up because Cliff said that they were at new PC parts today. Just left Micro Center. That's a win, man. Can I get the air horn on that alone? Go ahead and let it drop because that is what's up. We love those Micro Center trips, and I need to make a Micro Center trip because I need to get some material. That's what I gotta tell Mrs. Ma. Shh, don't say that. Oh, she's watching. But that's what I gotta tell Mrs. Ma. I gotta go to Micro Center and get some material. I'm due for a Micro Center trip too. When I go, I do plan on being live on Instagram. So I don't really want to go live on YouTube doing something like that. I like to keep the content here packaged in a specific way. But I would like to go live over for the Instagram fam. So if you follow me on Instagram, and you'll know next weekend, we'll probably go next weekend. Yeah, we'll probably go next weekend. We'll go next weekend. I don't know. I can't get down there during the week, but we'll go next weekend because Micro Center by me is about 45. You could say it's close to an hour away. So I have to kind of plan around that. But yeah, I'm getting to Micro Center to get some new material because we got some dope builds, a build series coming up, graphics card series coming up, shopping for used part series. We got a lot of series coming up, and I need some material, fam. It's good time. So again, you're gonna want to make sure you're subscribed if you haven't yet, and if you're just now learning, you have questions about the process, do feel free to ask at any time. We have knowledgeable members in the community like Bad Habit, like Tricion, like Cliff, who's XLR Gaming. We just call him Cliff. We have knowledgeable community members here that even if I don't have all the questions, because fam, I don't have all the answers, I don't have all the answers, right? Like I vehemently am constantly making sure I educate myself to be able to translate that value or pass that value down on to the community. But yeah, Bad Habit says I'm looking at my drives right now and I'm running out of space, but I have tons of junk that I do not need. And yeah, that's another video, Bad Habit, that we can possibly fit into the content catalog. It's pretty soon here. I'm gonna try to fit. I'm gonna try, but optimistically, I would like to get back to 2 a week VODs. We need like long form, small form, and then our weekly live shows. But so much more content coming up that's going to shift after this month. So do keep a lookout, and we're going to talk about that on the anniversary live show because the channel is going to evolve in just a positive way, baby. Much like, what larvae is to the caterpillar, what the caterpillar is to the butterfly, fam. The channel, the content, the brand, this community, we're going to evolve it. And it's going to start with the community Discord that's set to launch this week. I'm so excited to bring everybody into Discord. Like, I consider Discord almost like a personalized text thread or a text chat thread. So that's going to be fun there to carry that conversation on with the community outside of videos and outside of YouTube. But yeah. And XLR Gaming adding context to that, saying Inland is a Micro Center owned brand. They make good stuff. Thank you for sharing. Awesome. All right, so cool. So there you go. So when I make my Micro Center trip next week, I know to pick one up. And I would definitely shout you both out. So if you, I know you fellas are following me on Instagram, Cliff and Anthony. I know Anthony Sparta Rules. I know you are. But yeah, definitely. I plan to go live. I don't know if they'll let me live in the Micro Center. We'll just have to see how that plays out. I don't know if y'all want to see if y'all want to see Lab getting thrown out of the Micro Center, fam. That might not be a good look. But yeah, awesome stuff. Thanks again for that, Cliff. Bad Habit says, "Oh man, haven't been to Micro Center for at least 9 months. Yikes! It's been about I see. I've been to Best Buy to pick up parts because the Best Buy is the Best Buy is a little closer to me. Let me switch back here. The Best Buy is a little closer to me. I've been to the Best Buy, but Micro Center I'm about the same. Begrudgingly to say I'm like 6-7 months away since I've braced the glorious floors of a Micro Center and had the opportunity to get my hands on some hardware. But we're going next week. Got to pick up some new material, and I've been waiting on. I'm not going to share too much about the series that's coming up and what I'm going to get there. I'm gonna try to find a way to keep it clandestine even during the IG live because I just would like to keep a lot of it a surprise. And Cliff says Micro Center has 10900Ks for $300 off, so you had to get that in a Z590 Aurora's motherboard. 10900K for 399. Yeah, and so 10th generation Intel has insane value right now. Like even the larger tech tubers are recommending 10th generation over 11th generation simply because they have experienced a price drop because there's just an abundance amount of them. But yeah, that's along the lines I am, and I have a few days to kind of make up the mind what we're going to start the series off with. But yeah. And Tricion says that's a lot of series. Well, yeah, I mean it is. I do try to plan the content out. Believe it or not, it may not seem like it, but I do try to plan the content out at least 3 to 4 months out, or at least 3 months out. Like even if they're just topics, right? That I want to produce videos on, or either that's topics that were generated by Bad Habit and Sparta Rules and Cliff. That's content inspired by the community, or content that is highly searchable, which is typically what I tend to target because it brings in new opportunities for fresh eyes, fresh viewers. But yeah, I mean it's going to be good times, and they're going to release probably once a week for starting out. But all good stuff, good stuff. But we were catching up on the recap here. We talked about again SSD or NVMe, M.2 for your storage, and then more RAM or faster RAM could allow you to run the games you maybe weren't able to play before. That's something we talked about when we were in this segment, and how faster DRAM, especially on the Ryzen side and DDR3, which tops out at 2133 megahertz, but especially with the Ryzen platform, if you're unable to maybe say run an XMP stable XMP profile, maybe you're capped at 2400 megahertz, right? So again, as pointed out in that video, right, in that overclocking your RAM is it worth it video, where 2133 megahertz to 2400 megahertz, maybe the leap in performance isn't that much, but from 2133 megahertz to 2666 megahertz, it certainly is. So if you're on like 2400 megahertz, consider looking at a 3200 megahertz DDR4 kit, right? And that's even if you have 8 gigabytes. Just throw everything out with the bathwater, start anew, get a whole fresh new kit, especially on DDR4. Chances are you might not be able to match your single rank, your single DIMM. That's your one, single stick of RAM. Maybe you're unable to match up or pair it with one of a similar type, right? So it could be in your best interest is to just go with a completely new 16 gigabyte DDR4 kit. I know Cliff and Cliff and Tricion, we talked about right earlier in the live stream or during the segment, we talked about the memory debacle, right? And Maple too remembers that as well. As Maple shared that they paid some crazy insane prices for their memory kits. But you remember in 2018 and 2019, the Micron shortage for memory chips was low, and memory was crazy, stupid expensive, and almost hard to find, right? And just like I had said in the DLSS video, that too should pass. That did pass. RAM prices stabilized. You could pick up a 16 gigabyte DDR4 kit of RAM for about $100 to $109, and that's 3200 megahertz CL16 too. If you want to go higher, if you're on an Intel, which typically supports higher rated XMPs, definitely consider 3400 or 3600 megahertz if you have the budget and the money to do so. Now, if you want to convert that old PC into a gaming machine, say it only has 4 gigabytes of even DDR3 memory, fam, you can pick up, right, like a 12 gigabyte kit of DDR3 RAM over on eBay for on the low, maybe 35, 45 bucks. And that alone would put you in a position of starting the process of turning that system into some form of dedicated video, a dedicated gaming PC, because you're not going to be able to get or to do much gaming with 4 gigabytes of DDR4. Maple says, I'm at 3600, but I want 4000. Oh wow, okay, in DDR4 RAM. All right. Wow, that's an expensive kit. That's an expensive kit, but awesome stuff. Definitely, hey, again, either more RAM or faster RAM. Not sure how well that would scale with the extra 400 megahertz different, but you never know. Nothing wrong with that at all. Cliff says, RAM is going up. I was looking at some Viper dual rank to 16 gigabyte kits. Better buy RAM now. Interesting. So, they very much could be the die shortage could very much trickle on down to memory, which would truly suck, as that would just limit so much more new builders jumping into the mode and getting into PC gaming. Again, what's the mission here? Is to convert as many gamers over to the pinnacle that is PC gaming, the platform that is PC gaming. The best way to experience a video game, right? Like we talked about that during that. Friends and fam, you guys and gals remember that live show, right? That was a good time. Like, and it's very true. It's, you know what I mean? It's a matter of buying what you can now, right? And if you need faster RAM, right? Like Maple pointed out, oh, I want to go from 3600 megahertz to 4000 megahertz. Consider your platform, consider your budget, right? Consider your needs. That's just as important. Now, we talked about faster DRAM and you know what I mean. Even if you're on DDR3, how 2133, even if you're running the 2133 megahertz kit could significantly help your performance. But I do want to point out, because originally the initial concept behind these upgrades was to point out that you don't need to necessarily go inside your case too heavy. The disassembly is low compared to replacing, say, your CPU or what have you. Maybe replacing your GPU. It could be an easy upgrade replacement if you don't need to change your power supply unit. But your SSD and your RAM, I mean, those are for the most part just plug and play, right? Or plug and, drop and flop, drop and drop, let it go, right? But these upgrades require you to crack the case open in some capacity, but they still can very much be done with relative ease and could bring performance enhancing potential to your build, right? And that's the first two. That was your SSD and your RAM. Now, let's head over into the third upgrade, and that's switch up your peripherals, right? Improving your peripherals. Your peripherals being, for starters, your KBM is how I like to pronounce it, right? The KBM is an acronym. It stands for keyboard and mouse, right, if you will. So switch up your peripherals. Switch up your keyboard and mouse. Maybe you're just using some old generic, some old generic keyboard you got. Your grandma picked it out for you. Your mom picked it out for you. Your wife picked it out for you. You just went to Walmart and say, hey, I need a keyboard. I don't even care. I got 20 bucks. Just give me a keyboard. Maybe that's what was suffice for you early on. But now you're saying, hey, I'm ready to make some upgrades. What kind of upgrades could I make to personalize my experience, right? Or even improve my experience? Because even a higher DPI rated mouse, right, or mechanical keyboard for better, feedback could improve your end user experience as a PC enthusiast or as a PC gamer. Now, you have mechanical, membrane, wired, or wireless in terms of your peripherals right now. What you choose could very much come down to your preference. Some people are okay with wired mice. Some people prefer wireless. Maybe most people don't like the cords cluttering up their environment or their space, so they're okay with going with wireless peripherals. Whatever is your cup of tea, fam. You make it how you want to drink it. But you have mechanical, membrane, wired, and wireless. Mechanical, right? Mechanical has nice tactic and haptic feedback. It's clickiness. The clickiness is soothing to some people. It's annoying to most, but it's soothing to some people. Some people just like hearing that click, 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 click sound. But the feedback is also what I appreciate is your fingers just kind of bounce from key to key. So you have mechanical, then you have membrane, which is a little quieter, right? But it's not as punchy. I've used both, and I very much still to this day prefer mechanical over membrane. Membrane is okay if you don't want a loud system. Maybe you don't game and you don't use a headset. So you say, hey, you know what? I can't block out that clack, 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 tick, tick, tick. And it annoys my partner. It annoys my spouse. I don't want to hear it. It annoys me. You can, go with the membrane keyboard, right? Just as affordable. Now, and then you have your standard, your basic keyboard because you don't need all those things necessarily. You could very much go with the standard keyboard or a basic keyboard. You don't need, for example, a mechanical or membrane keyboard. It is a nice upgrade to have, especially once you take into consideration at that price point or at that customizable level. You're dealing with features everybody loves, right? And that is the glorious RGB, right? Like, can I get the air horn for RGB? Come on, fam. You can't not talk about PC gaming without talking about, RGB, right? But it could, with the standard keyboard, even with the standard mouse, right, or mice, or the standard mouse, it could be all you need if you're not reliant on precise movement or input, right? So that's most competitive gamers, most single player gamers. If you play single player like games like The Witcher 3, I keep using The Witcher 3 as an example, right? It's going to show you how many single player games I've really played here recently. But if you play, or even like Dying Light, another one I talk about a lot. But if you played single player games like those, you're not necessarily relying on precise movement or input, right? Like, but you will rely on those things if you play competitively, right? But now the price range for a mechanical keyboard ranges somewhere between the 50 to about $100 price range just for the keyboard. That there are a lot of different variables to take into consideration once you're talking about which we're talking about keyboards here, because you have different brands, different metal types, right? Different RGB type, different Cherry MX switches, different switch types, right? So many different factors to take into consideration. This is just a wide price range to put you in of about 50 to 100 plus dollars for a mechanical keyboard. That could be a Cooler Master, it could be the Corsair K70. Those are the two, or Logitech makes really good keyboards and just peripherals in general. Those would be the three I would start you out with. Now, even between those three, you can pick up either a mechanical or membrane keyboard well within that price range, or even a membrane keyboard for about $30 to $50, or a standard keyboard for even less, for about $20 to $30, right? Like, it's very much possible, very much capable, right? As I see, let me bring this up here. As I see, Your Highness says RGB keyboard for the win. Yeah, absolutely. You gotta love that RGB. Bad Habit says RGB is life. That needs to be on a shirt, right? RGB is life. No, and if you don't like RGB, it's perfectly fine. I, for some reason, am okay with the rainbow puke. It is what it is. Static colors, though, I prefer static colors. Snow White's a bit of a mess right now, but I prefer static colors. Previously, Snow White was all white, but my finger accidentally hit the top button and it like put the lights on a different cycle, and I've just been hesitant to put it back because I just love the flashiness of it, I guess. But RGB definitely is life. And Maple says, do you know the response time for the G950 TKL? It caught my attention, but my keyboard is already at zero point 0.2, and Logitech is pretty expensive. I do not, and I believe that is a Logitech keyboard, but I do not. That's something, that's something to look into. I haven't really reviewed products on peripherals because they would just pile up. Now, if manufacturers want to send me those, I'd definitely be, glad to review them. But I just want to point out this example. I've brought up this keyboard and mouse, as Cliff says, low key, subtle RGB. Yeah, and that's perfectly fine too. Like, even if you maybe just want, your fans to be RGB, or maybe you just have some subtle RGB on the motherboard, which in most modern motherboards, you could disable that, no problem. Or just, your GPU, if it's a higher end GPU, chances are it has some form of RGB, right, on the front logo, or like some type of front node. But yeah, there's nothing even wrong with low key subtle RGB. I look forward to when I do my non RGB, when we do a non RGB build or no monochromatic build. But this Have It mechanical gaming keyboard and mouse combo can be had for $40, and I've used this as an example before. But this keyboard, this mechanical keyboard and mouse, if like brand is an issue, and you're just like, you know what, hey, I got like $50, excuse me, you know, maybe $100, and you say some of these upgrades I can maybe do like right now. Again, these are both affordable, and these are upgrades that are both affordable and available right now. Maybe you don't need a Corsair K70 keyboard or a Cooler Master or a Logitech keyboard. Maybe you just want something that's not. I mean, Have It makes pretty good, and this is again, I always try to start with some of Amazon's choice. That means it has good, you know, feedback or what have you. It's just an overall good product. So, yeah, I mean, keyboard and mouse with some RGB flair to it. So you have some options there. Switch it back here. So let's switch back to our imaging. So this is why switching up your peripherals can be a relatively low cost upgrade, as I just pointed out with that $40 Have It keyboard, mechanical keyboard, and gaming mouse. Now, if you wanted to maybe get them separate, again, you can pick up a mechanical keyboard or a mechanical or a membrane keyboard. Let's just combine the two and broaden the price range of them. But between those two, you can pick up a membrane keyboard for at least $50 or a mechanical keyboard and upwards of $100+ right? Like the K70 keyboard Mrs. Mod uses is, I believe it was $149 or $179. But you have the K55, which is a solid membrane option, just to name a few that come to mind. But you can expect to pay that much for either two of those different types of keyboards in that price range. But if you wanted to part them out separately, right? Like you wanted a Corsair, maybe you wanted a Logitech keyboard and a Corsair mouse, or vice versa, which would be perfectly fine. With a gaming mouse, right? Because begrudgingly, and I say begrudgingly because I hate the idea of throwing gaming in front of it and just being able to say warrant a extra, a price influx hike or, something to that extent, to where you'll pay more for a gaming mouse with RGB as compared to just a standard mouse with no RGB. They're both going to click, maybe the gaming mouse has adjustable DPI settings or other programmable buttons, which is would in that case be worth it for the user. But if you wanted to, invest in a gaming mouse, right? A gaming mouse with an adjustable DPI, right? And DPI is essentially a standard, right? It's a standard to measure mouse sensitivity, right? If you didn't know. It's a standard to measure mouse sensitivity, right? And it's expressed by numbers of DPIs or dots per linear inch that a device can detect. In this case, your mouse. Now, by changing the DPI, you can instantly adjust the pointer speed for precision-based tasks, right? Like we talked about how important precision is for a competitive gamer. We talked about, or with changing your DPI, it can increase your pointer speed for precision tasks, right? Such as targeting. How important is targeting in a competitive arena, especially for games like CS:GO, right? That relies on pinpoint accuracy. A mouse with a higher DPI is especially important for your workflow, even if you play Fortnite or PUBG, right, or even Overwatch. Gaming mice, I gotta say mice. Gaming mice typically have a DPI of about 4,000, right? With most modern mice, or a good gaming mouse to have DPI is about 4,000, but most modern mice have a DPI around 16,000, right? A good price point to be, you could pick up a good gaming mouse. There's so many different options. This could definitely certainly come down to preference. This is just something you should look forward to when shopping for your gaming mouse, and how it can be a suitable upgrade for your setup, right? Because you can get that RGB keyboard, get that RGB mouse. Another upgrade we're going to talk about here in a second would complement either one of those two as just a system. Remember what PC gaming is all about. The P in the PC is personalized experience. It's almost PEC, personalized experience computer, or personalized computer experience, whatever, PCE. But that's what it's about, though. It's about that personalized experience. And with a gaming mouse, you could choose what is your preference. It comes down to preference and style, right? Preference and personalization. How you want it to look, how you want it to feel. Could very much come down to those, could very much be two key factors with your buying decision. Now, again, you could be in a price range of about $30 to $60 for a decent Logitech mouse with RGB and programmable buttons. But for the most part, I say for the most part a lot, but it's true. For the most part, gaming is a vibe, right? Gaming is vibes. So RGB peripherals in general, like lighting strips and mouse pads, and even headset holders are now coming with RGB on them. I mean, the lighting strips could vary in price, but headset holders and mouse pads with RGB could normally be had for under $100, and just could really add this personal touch to your setup that complements your system, right? That complements your system in a really neat way. And that's one thing RGB does anyway, at least in my opinion. But headed over to the fourth, we're moving right along. Do remember to hit that like button, right? If you are feeling the content so far, right? If I'm being educational and informative enough, do be sure to hit the like, give this stream a like. But jumping over into number four, and that is leveling up your audio solution, right? So with a wired or a wireless gaming headset, right, with a wired mic, you can expect to spend at least between $40 to $60 for a wired mic, and then for a wireless mic, you can expect to spend at least $70 to $130 for one. I did pick out one headset because again, I could list like several of them, right? But it could very much come down and say, oh well, maybe I don't like the color, maybe I didn't like a black headset, maybe I wanted a white headset, maybe I wanted a headset with RGB. Well, one particular headset, which is a wireless gaming headset, the Logitech G533. It's a $70 gaming headset, right? 7.1 surround sound, wireless, several other different features, comfort, mic. This could seriously level up your experience as a gamer, even if you don't play competitive games that would require you to communicate with your squad. And then you can also, pair it up. Maybe you say, hey, I want all Logitech products. So they have a wide range of affordable options you can pick from. Even this, well, it doesn't have any RGB, but and most Logitech products don't have RGB. Like I'm using a Logitech mouse, and just the G is really lit up for blue, so it's very subtle, and I'm okay with that. But this the G533, solid option for $70. So again, if you are using like a potato level speakers, maybe you're like most of us where you put all your money into your system and you say, I'm just going to go to Walmart or something and just pick up some $30 speakers. I just need something so I can hear my game, so I can test it out. I need to jump in and play some games. That's perfectly fine. But again, that's the purpose of this live stream. That's the purpose of this video, right? And that is to highlight 5 upgrades you could potentially make that could level up your experience. If you're using potato speakers, that's fine. You can go with this Logitech G533 wireless gaming headset, or even a wired gaming headset if wireless isn't your foray or isn't your cup of tea, right? Now, if you don't like the sound in your ear, like slapstick in your ear like that, you could also go with like a 5.1 surround sound, right? Like a PC setup, like a PC speaker setup, right? Or the Below soundbar, right? I know how people feel about soundbars, but they do have their purpose. But you can go to soundbar even if space is an issue, which hold on to that thought because we're going to round up with number five. We're going to conclude with number five. But I personally appreciate good audio. I even consider myself an amateur audiophile, but I am no audio expert. But I can tell you that audio, sound, especially with games, media in general, especially right here on YouTube, audio is 50% of the experience. So in our VODs, like in our normal videos and our regular uploads, I try to make it a point to make sure the music isn't just there as background audio. Like it's really part of the sandwich. Like the music is a condiment, right? Not like a side piece, like a piece of clover or something like that, or something to that extent, right? Where it's like a showpiece for the plate. No, your audio is 50% of the experience. So with my content with audio, I try to make sure that it blends well with the video, right? It's a part of the video, much like you'd want your condiments on a good sandwich to not just be there for the sake of being there, but you want it to be a part of the sandwich. So again, I'm no audio expert, but if you want a robust improvement over say like a $20-$30 budget solution that you went with when you first built your PC, maybe you didn't have a lot of investment left over after you factored in your complete system. Although if you watch that live show, that conversation we did where we talked about configuring a complete $1,400 setup, that's something you're going to want to go back and watch if you are working with disposable income and access to that, and you want to make that leap, you want to make that journey to PC gaming, but you're just not quite sure where and how to start. You're in the right place. If you're unsure, don't have the questions to ask now, definitely watch that live show. And at any point in that live stream, ask away down in the comment sections below. Same thing to our replay viewers here. I can't forget to shout out our replay viewers, right? I leave our live streams up as they are, and if you made it this far and you're enjoying the podcast, I guess it's very podcast-esque, but if you're enjoying the vlogcast, definitely, and you have any questions, definitely give the stream a like and comment down below with any questions you may have. Bad Habit says, I don't even need, or Cliff says, I need to upgrade my speakers. I know a lot of PC gamers neglect their sound, myself included. Yeah, it's often overlooked, and most people, who are just uninformed or misinformed, or they don't plan properly for their build. Like I said, I've done it before. Just jump. Oh, I need some cheap speakers. I don't want to order off any online. I just want to plug it in and turn it up. That's all I want, right? So you maybe go to Walmart and spend like $20, $30 on some speakers, and they could definitely get the job done. They will produce audio for you, right? You can definitely enjoy your content and your media. But if you're ready to level up, take it to the next level. You play competitive games. You want to rock a mic, right? You want to be flexible with your mic, right? You don't want any cords tangled around. You don't want a wired mic. Again, you can go with the wireless Logitech 7. And this is just one example, but this is one of the, again, Amazon's one of Amazon's best choice. That's what I like to do around here. Start you off with what Amazon even recommends, and then make my own recommendation based off of that. Bad Habit says, for my PC, I'm using Audio Engine A1's really good. Awesome stuff. Yeah, I mean, and most people who are hardcore audiophiles, even beyond me, I mean, they will really put time, energy, and effort into their audio solution, and I can respect that. I personally, let me switch back here really fast. I personally enjoy action movies, right? Like here recently, let me say this really fast, and we'll jump into the fifth and final one. But me and Mrs. Moderator, we just recently watched the King Kong versus Godzilla movie, or Kong versus Godzilla, because he's not really King Kong. And let me know if you watched that. I want your perspective. Did Kong bow down, or was he really ready to fight at the end? I really don't. Really confused on how it ended. But I like action movies, and I appreciate sound in movies, man. I will turn it up, and I just enjoy watching Kong versus Godzilla on my home theater system. It's a 7.1 surround sound system with like 7 speakers all around, and it was just amazing. It was dope. It was really dope stuff. So the same thing with your games, and I even appreciate that in the games I play, and I will use the headset. So like in our pop-up live stream series, so which again, if you're not yet subscribed and you want to catch the pop-up live streams, remember to like this stream and also subscribe if you haven't yet. Hopefully this live stream, I am educational enough and entertaining enough to have earned your subscription. But we talked about this in this surprise live show. The audio playing Alien Isolation in the headset. It's really dope. Like I hear everything in the headset. It's truly immersive. It's super immersive. Being able to hear the footsteps, to hear the alien walking around, moving around. Although I can't see it, I can hear it. It really truly introduces a whole nother dynamic in playing games in this magnitude. So again, if you're on an older speaker setup, you can go with a wireless mic for $70 to $130. My research pointed out that you can get a very capable, a very decent gaming headset wireless in that price point. And if you don't care about wireless, right? If you're saying, no, I like my material, I like my peripherals to be wired. I am a grounded type level individual. That's perfectly fine too. There's nothing wrong with that. You're along the lines of about $40 to $60 in that regard. But the Logitech G553 or G33, solid headset option at $70. But I enjoy, audio in games. And when I play games like Alien Isolation, or not so much Witcher 3, although the music in Witcher 3 is really, really good. Like when you're walking through the towns, or it's just like ambient in the background, especially when you're in like the towns and different cities. It's truly cool to just you hear all the ambient NPC, all the ambient sounds in the background, the NPCs, the talking, the axe hitting, the wood hitting the metal or what have you, the furnace. You hear all these things. You hear swords clanking and soldiers training. It's really, really dope. So I highly recommend you. Audio is one area that, fam, listen, if any upgrades you would want to make, truly consider making the switch over to, say, a wireless or just a gaming headset in general. If you're like me, I more so, I guess, when I'm viewing, not when I'm not playing a game, when I'm not engaging with interactive media, for example, if it's a movie, or like when I watch Captain Falcon and the Winter Soldier, I normally like to do that from the surround sound, just because it's more, it's action packed. It's action packed. And even when I watch in game, I wouldn't want to watch a movie with a headset on, I guess is what I'm trying to say. I would much prefer to watch a movie on a robust sound system, right? 7.1, 5.1 surround system, where as compared to playing a game, playing it with gaming headset or playing with a headset on is just truly it's immersive, man. It really is. And by immersive, I mean it really pulls you into becoming that character. I know you have to be careful how you use that word, but it is what it is. Let me get caught up in the chat really fast, man. So we got some good conversations happening over here. Bad Habit says, don't even need $30 speakers. Creative Pebble 2.0 for $20 sounds amazing. Good stuff. So that's a brand. Definitely check out. So Bad Habit sharing Creative Pebble 2.0, $20 speaker. And you'd be surprised on the sound level you can get. And I know I said, $30 headset from Walmart, and I was just, shooting a wild number out there into the wind. But what Walmart, they do have branded audio solutions. That was just one example. But you could have also bought $20 non-name brand speakers that maybe aren't as robust, but you could do a little bit of research. And here goes one. Like, if you're listening, you're here on a replay, or you're here now live, and you can sit, say, hey, I got $20. I'm tired of using these speakers I have. They're trash. I don't even know the name of. They don't even have a name on them. There's not even a brand name on them. Consider the Creative Pebble 2.0, $20, and we got 2 vouchers, so that's always a good sign. Bad Habit says for my PC. Oh, okay. I'm sorry, I read that. Spider Rule says in there only $50. So I think I might have missed which headphones you were talking about. Spider Rules. And Cliff says, Bad Habit, those are awesome speakers. So yeah, so 2 vouchers on those Creative Pebble 2.0s for $20. So you definitely can even work. Let's say you had $100. And if you had $100, what could you upgrade, like possibly right now compared to what we've gone over so far? That's definitely maybe a new headset and maybe a new mechanical keyboard and mouse combo, considering the Habit mechanical mouse and keyboard combination. Or and definitely at least upgrading your sound, or mixing up your upgrades. Say you want to upgrade your sound for about $20 with the Creative Pebbles, right? You say, oh, these have decent sound. They suit my needs. Not everybody needs a super audio experience, right? But let's say you want to upgrade your speakers, but storage is more important to you. Let's say that is what your hindrance right now. You can't download more games. You have to painstakingly uninstall games when you want to download a new game. Chances are, if you have a working speaker, upgrading your SSD would benefit you more, or adding another SSD, another storage solution, would benefit you more than replacing or upgrading your audio solution. Or mix and match how much you have to upgrade. Let's say you have $150 to upgrade your system, and you might think as a PC user, that's not a lot. You might say, that's not a lot. I can't upgrade my PC with $150. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. We talked about with your SSD, you could pick up an SSD, right? A 240 gigabyte NVMe SSD for like $49-50, right? Gaming headset, another 70. You're under your $150. Imagine how that could improve your experience as a PC gamer, right? Or experience how it could just overall improve your PC setup, right? Bad Habit says, I bought the Pebble for my daughter's PC, but I was amazed at what they sound for $20. And definitely, I mean, it's important that Bad Habit points that out, because most of us are parents. I believe most of us are parents. I'm a parent, and my kids too. Man, bear with me when I say unfortunately, but my kids unfortunately too very much enjoy this hobby. And I only say unfortunately because, fam, this hobby is expensive. So my kids, each of them have their own computer. That's expensive enough within itself. But finding out what's sufficient enough. For example, maybe Bad Habit said, my daughter doesn't need a $70 headset. My daughter doesn't need a $100 speaker set. She might not even tell the difference between a $20, speaker set versus a $100 or $80 5.1 or 7.1 surround sound speaker set. So it definitely boils down to preference and what your personalization level is. Like, what do you want? And say your speaker set, some speakers even have RGB on them, right? Some speakers even have RGB. Maybe that could be something you want, if you really want the disco vibes going on your setup, that's just something to consider, right? But essentially what it boils down to is anything is better than your TV, right? If you're one of the rare bunch and you're gaming on the TV, anything is better than your TV or your monitor speakers, right? They can suffice, and maybe that's one reason what maybe limited a user from upgrading their audio, and it's because they say, well, lab, listen, fam, listen, my monitor has speakers, and I mean it sounds fine to me, but I'm telling you, you can literally level up your experience by you know, going with a gaming headset or a sound solution that's not coming from your TV or monitor speakers. I mean, an upgrade here in general could just level up your audio experience and or your content creation flow if you create content. I definitely don't want to leave out my fellow content creators. I know he's not on now unless he's lurking, but Damon Warren is actually fellow local content creator, just to name a few, and I believe Tricion is a content creator too. My part of me if I'm leaving anybody else out, but do tell me if you do, even on the over on the Instagram, or if you're considering it. But I don't want to exclude the content creators, because if you create content, then having good audio is even definitely just as important, because you want to make sure what you're hearing is as close to what you want your audience or what you want your community to hear as well. Bad Habit says gaming headsets are great for single player and campaign mode games for me. But for some reason, when it comes to multiplayer, I have to use my speakers. Totally respect. You know what? When we're playing Fortnite casually, which we might play some later, and I thought about popping, showing us playing Fortnite, but it's just so popular. And I'm not that. I mean, I'm good, but I'm not that good for you to play. I'd rather play a game that a lot of people aren't playing right now, like Alien Isolation. But yeah, I mean, I totally resonate with that, because I'm playing Fortnite. I normally would just switch to the speakers and not. That's one game where I won't play with my headset on for some reason, or I'll like drop it and we'll have it about here. Sorry if that got weird, but I'll like have it about here. That way the sound isn't like slapstick in my ear, but it's loud enough for me to hear footsteps and gunfire and all those other things. But as a parent too, I guess it could be. Let me switch back here. Let me talk. I'm talking as a parent now. I guess as a parent, we don't want to feel like, especially if we're home with our kids, if we have slightly young kids. My kids aren't that young, but if you have younger kids, maybe you don't want to be completely cut off from their world, which you are very much a part of. So I can respect that as well. To maybe why it's not for everybody to game with headsets on, but absolutely. Single player though, campaign mode, like especially Call of Duty campaign. Wow, especially the Call of Duty campaign. It is so fun playing with heads on. It's just like you feel the punch of the guns, you feel the punch of the tanks, you feel the helicopter blades, propelling up beneath your Kevlar or your helmet. It's really dope, playing action-based games like that, with the audio in your ear, right? But I know I resonate with that bad habit. Same with me. When I'm playing Fortnite, I much rather not have it, that the source of the sound directly in my ears. But there's nothing wrong with switching back to audio. I mean, what it boils down to, friends and family, there's nothing wrong with your system or your setup performing well and looking good, right? Because all of these upgrades so far we're talking about is all about leveling up your experience as a PC gamer, or continuously personalizing your experience. We all can build in the same case, the analogy. We all could build in the same case, but we would very much all have different systems. Heck, different setups, right? We all would even have completely different setups. Bad Habit says, I just can't focus as well with the headset on. Yeah, that's interesting. That's interesting. I wonder, Mrs. Mod, how do you feel that way? Can you focus when we're playing Fortnite? What do you prefer, speakers or headset?
Headset.
All right, so I'm not sure if y'all gave Mrs. Mod said headset. Mrs. Mod said she can play on a headset, but I totally agree with that. I don't know. It's like I need to. I feel closed in. If I'm playing by myself, maybe. If I'm playing with a squad, I don't know. It's weird. It's weird. But when I'm playing, I play Fortnite casually anyway. But yeah, there's nothing wrong with wanting your system to look good, have your setup performing well and looking good, right? But as we jump in over to the fifth upgrade, remember this is five upgrades. We'll do maybe a recap should our viewership spike and we get more friends and fam up to date. But we are in the fifth upgrade, and that is upgrade your desk or gaming chair. Cliff made an interesting comment. Cliff said audio is often overlooked. Sometimes so is desk chair. So is desk and chair, right? Recently I worked with a client though that made me proud, and they put, their stock into their desk and chair before it came. So I was like, "Oh, cool, kudos to them. Kudos to you. You made the space determination before you got your system." But if you're on maybe like an older, I've seen it before. Tell me if you've seen it, but we've all seen some setups, which I don't see how some people play this way. But we've seen some setups where some users are even on a desk, or I'm sorry, a dresser, right? And that has to be extremely uncomfortable if you're pushing your feet up, right? But some people even play on a dresser, or maybe it's just an older plastic desk. There are a lot of different options and preferences you can go with in terms of upgrading your desk, your gaming desk. Let's start there because you also want to upgrade your chair, and we're going to talk about in a few here and a few core reasons why you would want to do that. But you have a lot of different options to go with, right? In terms of your desk, you have glass top, you have wood top, you have modern, classic. All of these things could widen your gaming or working space, right? To make space for some of these upgrades we've mentioned this far. Want to talk about with that extended? You want to go with that extended mouse pad, that extended RGB mouse pad? You want to go with that extended RGB mouse pad? Sure. Now you might need more space. You want to go with that? You want more space for your mouse so that you can be more competitive or help you respond and react faster to those other players, right? Or NPCs if you don't play multiplayer games. I don't really play a lot of multiplayer games. Here recently, I've been playing Fortnite because it's fun to play with Mrs. Mod and my oldest son, who's normally in the live show, Tiger Nation 87, but he's not here. But you have a lot of different options you could choose from, and you would want to be comfortable at your area right now. Listen, that is so important because you want to spend a lot of time, with your computer, right? We want to spend time with the things we care about and the people we care about. But the things we care about too, we want to spend a lot of time. Comfortability is the name game here, friends and fam. It's all about being comfortable. This is why it's extremely uncomfortable to have a setup on a dresser. I just can't see that. Console could make a little sense because you could play a little further away, and some people do play on their, desktop a little further away. Like they'll maybe have it in their living room, and maybe the computer's over by their TV stand with their monitor or TV there. Maybe they have like a 65-inch 4K TV, or and then their keyboard and mouse is on like a cocktail table. That's like a center table. So you could play far away. It could work. It's just awkward, fam. Listen, upgrade your desk, right? You can do it in a price range of like $60 to $130. Now this could very much come down to preference, but I didn't really pick out a lot of examples here because you have space, right? You have L-shaped desks and you have sit stand. You have sit stand desks. What have you? You have L-shaped desks. You have glass L-shaped desks. You have even just standard adjustable desks that you can choose from. Just know that you can, as the literal foundation of your setup, improve it with about a $60 to $130 desk, somewhere in that price range. Very possible. And this is starting at least 40 inches. Mrs. Moderator says, I like the headsets better. I can hear clear when other players are coming for me. Yeah, and that's so again, yeah, from a competitive level, hearing those footsteps could definitely get you on the alert. I know when I'm hearing them, I'm like, oh man, I hear somebody. Mrs. Mod too. She's like, I hear somebody. I got footsteps. It's all good stuff. And Bad Habit says, oh man, my back is killing me. Yes, I do need a better desk chair. Yeah, we're going to talk right now. We're going to talk about desk, right, really fast. And then we're going to go into some, qualities you're going to want in a chair for that reason. I resonate with that too. Like I spend a lot of time in my chair. I'm kind of limited on space here where I do the streams at, so I kind of make the best of what I have. But man, having a comfortable chair, a cool chair, one that can help you, breathe well, it's aerodynamically designed well, that contours to your body, all those things. We're going to talk about that, but it's very important. Remember, again, comfortability is the name game here in this fifth example, upgrade example, right? And that's upgrading your desk. It's two parts. It's upgrading your desk and your chair, but we're going to start with upgrading your desk. And Sparta Rules says Costco's has some really good gaming chairs. Oh yeah, absolutely. And Costco's, and believe it or not, Target too. But Costco's you could save if you're for those of you who don't know, Costco's is a member. You have to be a member to shop there, but they normally do have items that are priced a little lower, so you can save some money just being the benefit of being a member at Costco's, being a member, having a membership there. So definitely true. So if you live by a Costco's, and maybe your partner, maybe your spouse is like, hey, I want a Costco card. They have groceries. Do they have clothes? Mrs. Mod, somebody correct me if I'm Sparta Rules. You're a member there. Sparta Rules tell us if Costco sell clothes. Costco sells so many things, man. We used to shop there when we lived in Delaware, we used to shop at Costco's vehemently, like all the time. They built one up. You know, there was first it was BJ's. We were going to BJ's, but then Costco's popped up, and we are like, hey, well, let's try Costco's. But they're essentially the same thing. But Costco sells everything. So if you're by a Costco's, you know, they do sell electronics. Definitely check them out. But you do have to pay yearly, and sometimes they even run specials, to where they'll let you sign up for free. Cliff says gaming chair versus office chair. I've had my eye on a Herman Miller chair, but boy, they ain't cheap. But people swear by them. Corsair T3 Rush is also nice. So gaming chair versus office chair is like what constitutes a gaming chair, right? Maybe it's bright colors like this one here in our example card, because everything else associated with a quote unquote gaming chair, you're going to want, and even an office chair. So if your job requires you to sit at a desk for an extended time, do you want that to be in the form of a gaming chair? Maybe not. Maybe you say, well, I don't really play games. I don't want the flare, and I don't want the race car, bucket seat like design. But all the same qualities you would want in your office chair that you would want in your gaming chair. Now, I think it could come down to preference. Obviously, if you use your setup as gaming and that's what you want, then you would definitely want to go with a gaming chair, because you would want all of the same qualities in your gaming chair and even your standard office chair. And we're going to talk about some of those qualities, right? Because very important that you're comfortable when you're at your battle station, right? Like this chair here, it's okay, it's great, but one thing, I'm comfortable, especially when it allows me to lean back like this, right? Like it has great lower back support. But we're going to segue over into chairs, right? As Sparta Rule says, yes, they do. So that's awesome. So yeah, Costco sells a little bit of everything. And yeah, Herman Miller chairs are, I mean, those are premium chairs, but they are really nice. I mean, that's one of them examples where you get what you pay for. And the Corsair T3, I'm not sure if I've seen it. If I've seen it, I just didn't know what it is I was looking at. But I have to check those chairs out too, right? But starting with your desk, because your desk could limit you in terms of your space, right? Maybe you don't have enough space to have your desktop on your table. And if you're bold enough, if you're here right now, if you're here on the live in the replay and you made it this far, tell me how your desktop is positioned. Is it on the floor, right? With some room for your system to breathe beneath it, or is it on top of your table, right, or on top of your desk? I personally am a on table or on desk kind of person. I am not a fan of computers on the ground, computers on the floor. I understand, space limiting. You might have to keep your computer on the ground. Some cases have a holder, like where your CPU could either hang, can free float, right, up in the air, or it can be kind of positioned on the ground, and not directly on the ground, but close enough on the ground, but not with enough room for it to breathe. But I personally want to look and stare at the system and just admire it, like I stare back and I look at Snow White, and I admire it as a system that I built before I even wanted to create content. So, but your desk, upgrading your desk could help you. Yeah, get your system off of the floor. Make space for more peripherals, an extended keyboard, an extended mouse pad, a headset holder. Maybe you want to run dual monitors, right? You definitely would need a 40 plus inch desk to run two monitors, right? Maybe like a 48 inch desk to run like two 24-inch monitors. Maybe you want a dual monitor configuration setup. You'd be surprised the level of comfort and space upgrading your desk can bring, right? It's very important. We talked about, like, you getting a desktop PC. What's the desktop? Fam, it's called desktop for a reason, right? Your system belongs on the top of your desk. Bad Habit says, not a big fan of gaming chairs. IKEA has a nice chair that I like, and I'm saving for it. Nice. So yeah, and that's why, that's why in this field. Let me switch back here really fast, because this is so important to me. It's one of the reasons why I picked this niche to create content on, because I really like the idea that you know your system could be so much a reflection of your personality or your personality traits, right? Like what is appealing to you as a gamer, as a PC end user, right? Like and that boils down to beyond the internals of your system, right? Graphics card, Intel, AMD, Nvidia, AMD, Radeon, AMD. It goes beyond that, all the way towards the type of chair you want to sit your derriere in, right? And a bad habit says that I'm not a fan of gaming chairs, and that's perfectly fine. That's why I when I had responded to Cliff's comment, I said because Cliff said made a valid point. Gaming chair versus office chair, and it's in my honest opinion that depending on your preference, if you don't want a gaming chair, let's use bad habit here as an example. If you don't want a gaming chair and you just want an office chair, or just a an office chair, right, a computer chair, you still very much wanted to have some of the qualities that gaming chair has without the flamboyancy of like I said, the race car cockpit bucket seat like vibe that gaming chairs often bring with them. But there are other qualities that you would very much want in your office chair, especially if you plan on spending more than an hour at a time each time you sit down at your setup. Bad Habit says floating monitor stands. Nice. Yeah, I can't wait to, oh man, when I know I talked about it here on this live stream a lot, but me and my family were in the process of moving. We're in the process of buying a house. It's been slow thanks to the, what's going on around the world, but it's still pressing on. And when that happens, man, I just am going to level up the environment and the stream, man. It's going to be so dope. So dope. But switching back here to upgrading your desk. I mean, leveling up your battle station. You can get a desk for about $60 to $130. It just even your standard 40+ inch desk, somewhere in between that price range. But level up your battle station, right? Level up your hub, your creator's corner with a sit and stand desk or with an adjustable desk. Sit and stand desks are pretty awesome. It's one I plan on upgrading to myself when I have a dedicated area for editing when I'm doing my edits and what have you. I plan on upgrading to a sit and stand desk myself. Like Bad Habit may mention about their back killing them and at their setup, right? So for one, we're going to say Bad Habit could very definitely consider upgrading into a comfy chair. But two, a sit and stand desk would help alleviate some of that back pain and back stress, right, on your lower back. If you have the option of maybe stretching and you can stand and do your work, or you can work at different heights. So a sit and stand desk would even be, super beneficial for you there. They normally do cost a little bit more because you have essentially the top and then you have the legs, which double as the motor. So those are essentially two components. So they normally run in excess of about $150, but definitely something to consider if, you want that flexibility of being able to determine how, the angles and the positions you want to work at. This could also depend on how much space you have to work with because you want to make sure you have a desk size that's big enough to support your monitor or monitors and your PC. Because remember, we're all about the desk top here in this community. That's getting your PC off the ground and onto the desktop, onto the top of your desk. But this could very much determine how much space you have, which is super. That's one thing, fam. That's definitely one thing we all can't vehemently say we all have in common. Bad Habit, Cliff, Sparta Rules, myself, we all likely have different areas and different spaces dedicated, for our systems or dedicated for our setups. Now, that will definitely determine the kind of desks we each can go with or the different options we can go with, right? It all depends on your space. And again, it all reverts back to personalization and preference. But to have an adequate space for at least a 24-inch monitor and your computer, keyboard and mouse right next to you at a comfortable position, right? You want to start with at least a 38 to 46-inch desk. 46 inch is really big. That's for like your headset hold. Like if you want a lot, maybe you have a tablet. Again, maybe you're a content creator. Maybe you're interested in creating content, right? Maybe you're interested in creating content, and you're like, Lab, I plan on creating content. Maybe not now, but I do plan on creating content. What am I going to need? Don't worry, fam. We got you covered right here. But yeah, go and you know what? And as Cliff says, monitor arms can really level up your setup. Yeah, absolutely. And those two have come down. And I mean, you have dual monitor, triple monitor, all different kind of configurations. But they really can have that flexibility of pulling down and moving in. And again, if you have any type of creationist workflow, or if you're some form of creator, monitor arms could also help you save on space too. They really can. But that's an upgrade within itself, monitor arms. But we'll save it for part two of this one, as we kind of go into more robust upgrades you can make that may require some level of getting your hands dirty. So But yeah, absolutely. Big fan of monitor arms. Although I don't use them, big fan of them. I do have a arm for an XLR mic that I just don't use because I'm a little pressed for space and I didn't like the positioning of it. So, but it's all good there. But again, most we talked about underrated upgrades. One much underrated upgrade though is your chair. It's your gaming chair. This is one that's not off much thought. It's too late. Where like your system, if you're buying a pre-built, it's already on its way. If you're having somebody build it, they're already building it, right, and preparing to deliver it to you. At least if you're working with me, you know I'm delivering and building it to you in less than 24 hours. Chances are your system is already in the process of being forged. And now you're like, well, man, I need something to sit in. You can get away with your standard, kitchen chair, your foldable chair. Maybe you're using something like that now. And you say, you know what? I don't even have an office chair. I'm just using a foldable chair. I'm just using something that's suitable for me now, just so I could sit down and enjoy my system. Well, fam, consider upgrading to a gaming chair. Comfortable. Get comfortable because you can get, right, a gaming chair between this could very much, and I say this in a wide range because if you don't want a gaming chair, you could also go with just your standard office chair, right? What's comfortable for you. If you're able to safely get into a store to do the Little Red Riding Hood, what's Little Red Riding Hood? Slept in the different bears' beds. Mrs. Mod.
She went to grandma's
She went
house.
to grandma's house. Was that Little Red?
Big
No,
bad
Three
wolf.
Little Bears. The
Mm-hmm.
girl who slept in the Three Little Bears.
Goldilocks.
Goldilocks. If you want to get your Goldilocks on, right, and test out some different chairs before you buy them, hit up a Target. Hit up, a Staples if you can in your area. Hit up a Micro Center, right? Go to Costco. Costco sells office chairs too. Go to a Costco's. Test some different ones out. So long as you are allowed to and you are comfortable with, touching public merchandise. But go give it the Goldilocks test. Sit in which one and see what's comfortable for you because they have a wide range of prices from your standard chairs, office chairs from $30 to $40, from gaming and higher end office chairs. Let's just refer to them as higher end office chairs and not just gaming chairs. But you have higher end office chairs and you have office chairs a wide price range of 130 to up to $130, right? We talked about some of the Herman Miller chairs, but those can run and even access to those. But a healthy balance to be at is about that 90 to $109 range. It's if you have $100, you can pick up a really decent comfortable chair. That's especially if you're like you're like hacking it away. You're just sitting. You're using you're using grandma's kitchen dining room table chair, or you're using a fold up chair, or just one of them lawn chairs, right? You just say, I just got to make it do what it do, so I can get into this hobby and play some games. Fam, consider upgrading your setup to something a little bit more comfortable. Okay. Now, what are some quality features in your office chair? Before I jump into it, let me read Bad Habits comment. Right, Bad Habits says, "An Office Max is going out of business in my town. I'll wait until everything is 80% off and give me a chair if one is available." That's actually very smart. I mean, I don't think Office Max. I haven't seen an Office Max around here, Mrs. Mod. Have you? I haven't seen an Office Max around here in a very long time. Office Max was around here, but here where I'm located, I would have probably had to find one. Ironically, I mean, Staples is normally where I would go to get that level, those kind of materials and products where we need things for the business, but and I need to ship. But yeah, Office Max aren't around. But hey, one person's misery can be another person's treasure or whatever. If I said that right, but you capitalize on that. It's unfortunate that they're closing down, and they're going out of business. A lot of people are going to lose their livelihood, right? Lose their way to take care of their families, pay their mortgages, pay their rent, feed their kids. But it's not your fault. The consumer's fault. It's not that they can't place that on the consumer's fault. You just, as a consumer, you're taking advantage of that opportunity. As if Office Max was open, you would likely shop there anyway, right? So it just is what it is. But a few qualities you would want in your chair, rather that be a lawn chair, or not a lawn chair. You definitely don't want to use this is a lawn chair, but rather that be a high-end chair or a gaming chair, or just a normal office chair. First, you would want lumbar support, right? Lumbar support. You may have heard of it, but lumbar provides extra support to your lumbar regions, which is right here. Most people, it's really called the lower back, right? The fancy term aside, but the lumbar, your lumbar region right down here, right? That you want a gaming chair, which ironically is not in this example here, but I'll pull up the one I have on Amazon. And Bad Habit says, I'm masked there are a few left. In mass, oh, okay, in mass, there are a few left. Wow, yeah. See, and there's not any left in my general area. Like Staples pretty much got that on lock. Bad Habits says lawn chair gaming pimping. That's right, man. First of all, shout out to the lawn chair gamers. Y'all took one for the team first and foremost. Like you gaming on a lawn chair, man. You rip your back, bro. Rest in peace, your lower back, fam. And your neck, right? But you want a high end gaming chair, office chair, desktop chair, what have you. You want the chair to have lumbar support, right? The lumbar region is the area, right? The five vertebrae in your lower back and your lower spine. And so you want to make sure that the chair has lumbar support. And that's normally what you would see is like a pillow like addition to the chair that's kind of rested and stitched to the to your back. In fact, I'll pull it up here in this $109 G Racing gaming chair, which again, I know we say, hey, I'm not a really big fan of a gaming chair. And that's why I say I prefer the term high end chair. But if you look at this example here, this $110 gaming chair, right? This is a chair that has lumbar support. You see this right here with their branding? I'm not sure what it has seatbelts. It's like, where you going, fam? I guess, but hang on. But this gaming chair has lumbar support. It has support for your lower back, right? Like right, and then like I don't know why my lower back is trying to talk to me as I'm talking about it. It might be time for me to get one of them Herman Miller chairs. But this chair has lumbar support, so it can support your lower back, right? Now, lumbar support is very, very, very important to the long term health of your lower back. You want to be able to lift your grandkids if you have kids or if you're interested in that, or you want to be able to just lift groceries, do basic things. You don't want to wreck your back, by sitting in a lawn chair. Though I see Cliff says lawn chair with beer cozy. I mean, absolutely. I mean, definitely. I mean, I'm one. Give me a Corona. You know what I mean? Give me a Corona. Give me a Modelo. And I'm there in a lawn chair, definitely, especially in a nice cool night like this here, nice spring or summer night. But for the most part, if you want more comfortability, you want a chair that has lumbar support. Which, hey, come on now, we all know first and foremost, you can always add lumbar support to the lawn chair, fam. Just grab a pillow, grab a pillow, and bam, just stick it right on back there, man. You got yourself lumbar support in your lawn chair. So bear with me, fam. If again, if another upgrade that we mentioned out of these five, all seriousness, if you say I need a gaming chair, I need storage, I necessarily don't need a keyboard and mouse. That's not going to really improve my experience that much. I can definitely go more RAM. Maybe you got $100, and you say, hey, I'm okay with my lawn chair. Just modify it. Get yourself a pillow and create your own lumbar support. Just protect your lower back. It's so important. Bad Habit says seatbelt for racing games. LOL. Right? I mean, it's full. And like Cliff said, I like that. Cliff says it's for immersion. Absolutely. I mean, it, right? Though I have no take on it, man. That's just funny stuff. But yeah, seatbelt for racing game. I guess for Microsoft Flight Simulator too, huh? And Spider Rules says those are straps to move the pillow up and down. Oh, okay. Duh. Right? Now here we're talking about, they for racing. But yeah, I mean, so adjustable lumbar support quite naturally, and obviously to adjust the lumbar pillow there, if you will. But you know what's part of rules? We like to imagine they there for the other reasons that we describe. But no, in all seriousness, it's there to adjust the lumbar support on your pillow. But you definitely want to have a chair, either a high-end gaming chair or just a high-end chair in general that has lumbar support. Now, you also want to have adjustable armrests, right? You want adjustable armrests. I can't stress that enough. I'm tall, right? I'm over 6'1", I'm 6'1". I'm not sure how tall any of you are, but having comfortable space to have your shoulders in a nice, comfortable position is super important. Now, adjustable armrests, right, and a seat height. So that's the lever need to go high or low, but adjustable armrests and seat heights will allow you to customize your seating position, right? Tilt, tension, and lock too also help you adjust your viewing angles. But being able to customize your seating position is super important compared to what size is the desk you're using, right? Are you using a tall desk? Are you using an adjustable desk? Maybe your desk isn't adjustable, so maybe you want your chair to be adjustable so you can find that ideal viewing angle or that ideal sitting position, right? Bad Habit says LMAO, they are for the pillow. I had no idea. Thank you, Sparta. Right? Yeah, Sparta covered in and cleaned that up real quick. Sparta said, "No, let me put. We didn't pay attention. We sit here roasting like, why the heck do you even these straps on the game chair? It's for the pillow, quite naturally, of course." And Bad Habit says, "I really thought the belts were for racing games." Fam, Bad Habit. I listen. I got diss it. Nah, I was all in on the joke part. I imagine how much more the immersion that adds to the seatbelt with the race. And I don't even play a lot of racing games, right? Like I just don't play a lot of racing games. In my opinion, racing games are super niche heavy. As close to a racing sim I would play, it's probably like Need for Speed, and I consider Need for Speed very much like the Blitz. It's very arcade. It's an arcade level of a racing game. Like it's not like a Gran Turismo or a Forza, if you will, or F1. Like it's nothing like that. But it's just overall just fun. Just jump in and do some racing. But yeah. I mean, if you really want a solid racing immersion, and you get yourself one of those rigs with the steering wheel and it moves. I mean, that's where it's at, And I know a lot of you seen them on Facebook, and a lot of expensive high end rigs like that just takes racing and just simulation based games, especially games like Microsoft Flight Simulator, to a whole nother level in immersion. If that's your cup of tea, fam, you might want to get the pot, get the water, turn the stove on, put the pot on there, and fire up that tea because you gonna enjoy that drink, fam. You definitely got to check it out. But no, it's all. I mean, you gotta laugh. You gotta laugh. It's all good. You gotta laugh. Face value. You're sitting here like, why does the seat have, straps on there? But yeah, another feature. So talk about lumbar support. That's what you want in your chair, your high-end gaming chair, your desktop chair, your office chair, what have you. You want lumbar support, right? Or like I believe what was. Let me scroll up because I saw. Did I see? I thought somebody had mentioned something about putting a pillow on there. I didn't think about that. Yeah, yeah. I mean, but you want to have lumbar support. It's a plus that example. Let me see if I can switch back to it because it's a plus that this example is $109. As I told you, you can be in a price range of about 90 to $130 for a gaming chair. It just really depends on what you want. Colors, color scheme. As you can see, this one, although the price goes up as you want to, change its colors, you go purple, which is a really, that's a really, like, that just stands out. So can you imagine if your system had like purple RGB, or you had like purple custom cables, or maybe purple was your color? This is my favorite color. But also, this is more like me. This would match Snow White really well here, and that's maybe something I should consider myself. It's actually not that bad, but yeah, this would really complement Snow White a lot. As you can see, Snow White very much has a color scheme to my gaming headset here, my Corsair gaming headset. But yeah, also, ooh, this black and gray one too, really nice. But you can see the price jumps up as you change the color with the red, because it's such a popular color, right? You see it, which is looks more like reddish orange to me. Maybe that'd be different once you would get in the mail, but that I would be hesitant on that. But again, you're in the hundred and $30, $90, $130 range, and that's just one example of many. But having lumbar support, right? Adjustable armrests and seats, that's very important too. Tilt tension and lock, right? To adjust your viewing angles. Cliff says, XLR Gaming says, I can tell you all from experience. Be very careful with chair made out of with PU leather. 90% of the time they crack. If I was going gaming chair, I'd go fabric. Very interesting. Yeah. And I wonder that's that argument even goes all the way back to cars, as most people would, when I was first getting my car as young, they would say, oh, stay away from leather seats. You're going to scratch it with your keys, or you're going to scratch it with this, you're not going to, you're going to forget. And most people still prefer fabric over leather. But that's very true. It's something you should take into consideration. Either make sure it has good quality, right? Make sure the chair has good quality, or you consider what's right for your preference, right? Maybe you have a skin irritant, right? Like maybe your skin just doesn't do well with leather. Maybe you want fabric, right? Maybe you sweat a lot, so you don't want to be like peeling yourself from your chair. Because maybe you sweat a lot. So it really comes down to your preference. But good stuff though, Cliff. Thanks for sharing that. PU leather. Let's see if this tells us what leather this is made up of. All right. See if I see it here. No, no. This G Tracing gaming chair is wrapped in red leatherette in a sleek race-inspired shape. Oh, of course, race-inspired. It's got the seat belts. No, no. Sparta Rules already hipped us with what those were there for. Ergonomic design helps you maintain a neutral balanced posture and reduce your pressure and pain. Well padded seat and lumbar and headrest cushions. Again, remember you want that lumbar. We're going to talk about why you want a gaming chair or a high end chair with headrest support, right? And look at that, extended gaming sessions, making extended gaming sessions more enjoyable. Who would have thought? But let's keep looking to see if it tells us what the fabric is made up of. And so far, I don't see it. So I could be overlooking it here and just missing it. But when you're doing that research, there's something to take into consideration. As you can see right here, ding, 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 we found it. And so this GT09 is actually PU leather, which is the same thing. So this is actually PU leather based. So that's actually good to know. So that's why very important you do your research, right? Into your gaming chair, and you find out what's important to you. As you can see, look at these different options. Like, does this really come off as a gaming chair? I mean, it's marketed as one, but other than its race style bucket seat, which all of these gaming chairs have, it's like what constitutes any of these chairs to be a quote unquote gaming chair, other than their price, which is like they can throw gaming on it and it's just that much more expensive, right? But all solid options. There goes ones for 89. But this is why I said you can expect like 30, 90, all the way up to 130, even in excess of that. But this one here we were looking at has different options up to the 130 mark, which I like this one here myself, which thanks to Cliff letting us, giving us that little bit of, you know, helpful shoppers, buyers aware, buyers beware, buyer's guide, going with PU leather, right? Which this chair does have. So this is definitely an option. I will make sure that these links are down in the description box below, which I'm sorry if you guys could see it, but I will make sure that the links down to these that are in the description box below, should you be interested in any of these 5 upgrades we have discussed this far. But with just your adjustable armrest, right, and just having arms that adjust up and down or swivel, this could also help ease the pressure on your neck and support your shoulders. If you don't want to walk away from your system feeling like, man, I just got into a boxing match with the boy Holyfield or Pacquiao. I just in 2 boxers that came to mind first. I'm so out of the boxing arena, but you want to make sure you're walking away feeling the same way you did when you sat down. If anything, you should feel fulfilled, right? If I guess poor choice of words, but you should, walk away feeling like, you've gotten off a roller coaster, right? Do you hurt when you get off a roller coaster? No. You've just gotten done being on this ride of highs and lows, thrills and excitement. But you're not getting off there hurt. You don't have like whiplash and you're like, oh man, I really jacked my neck up. Most instances, but in most cases. But when you sit down to your setup, you want to be comfortable, fam. Cliff says, I can tell you from my experience, be very careful with chair made out of PU leather. 90% of the time they crack. If I was going gaming chair, I'd go fabric. Okay. So, and again, that's a good recommendation to make. If you wanted to, if personal preferences aside, right? And if you say, what, I wanted to go with old reliable, like what I want a gaming chair that's going to last. I don't want to be like, buying a gaming chair once a year or twice a year, but it could also boil down to, say that person isn't at their setup as much, right? Or maybe you want the aesthetic of a gaming chair. You want that visual look of a gaming chair. So you say that's something I want to go with. So you very much could make that determination. Maybe you don't find yourself sitting in it as much, right? So something to take into, like, when it comes down to your preference and recommendations, you really look at the bigger picture, look at what is suitable for my needs. Bad Habit says, go to the junkyard and find a sports car, take the chair, and make your own custom gaming chair, right? Take the pillow with the straps and the lumbar and make the pillow with the car, with the chair. Make it happen. You can really save some money that way. But there was a time where, remember the smaller bucket size chairs, the gaming chairs were like really popular, but they didn't last very long. But with what we've talked about, just again, qualities of your gaming chair: lumbar support, adjustable armrest, and adjustable seat height to let you customize your viewing position or your seating position and your viewing angles, an adjustable headrest to cradle your head and support your back. Fam, it's the little things. I don't know about you, but it's the little things that make the biggest difference, right? It's the little things that make the biggest difference. And being able to support your head, right? Having that adjustable headrest to cradle your head and support your neck could really extend, could really help with your physical health, which is so important. I can't stress that enough. It's so important. You only got one neck, fam. You can buy another gaming chair, you can buy another system, but you only got one neck. You want to take care of it. You don't want to do anything, in my honest opinion. Let me switch back here because it's very important. But you don't want to do anything that could be detrimental to your experience as a PC gamer, right? You don't want to do anything that could cause long-term, right, irreversible damage to any parts of your body, especially your lower back and your neck. Why? Because you move those two parts of your body so much, right? So you want to make sure you are doing as much as you can to protect those two parts of your body, your lower back and your neck. This is why investing in a good chair, whether that's PU leather, whether that's fabric, whether that's a gaming chair, a high office chair, or maybe you don't have the budget to maybe be in that price category, you want to try to find a chair with some of those qualities, right? Because they are out there in the market, right? Even under the in the $30 price range, that doesn't necessarily wouldn't warrant the chair being a gaming chair. It may not have the aesthetic as a gaming chair, but it will have the comfortability though of a higher end chair, right? Like sit, adjustable armrest, tilt and lock and all those things. Ariel Harris says from Amazon. Well, it's good to see you, Ariel. Welcome to the live stream. I think this is the first time we had the chance of engaging with you. But a lot of the examples we did use are from Amazon. For example, the G Tracing, or what am I talking about? It's GT Racing. GT Racing gaming chair, for example, $129 for the black and silver or the blue and black, gray or black on black, right? These two premium looking colors. This is like really nice color scheme right here. That gunmetal gray and black, that is like really dope. That would really go nice with core shredder setup. But $109, and again, like one member here in the community pointed out, Cliff, that if you didn't want to go PU leather, try going fabric, right? Fabric is another option for you. But a lot of the examples, though, for all of our 5 upgrade examples we've used in this live stream thus far, Ariel, have all been with products you can find over on Amazon. Ariel says, "Thank you. I watched your videos before. This is the first time I caught you live." Awesome. Well, I do appreciate you showing up to the live. Definitely do appreciate you coming in and participating and just engaging in the conversation. We do go live every Saturday, just about with our weekly live experience. We do go live every Saturday about 3:45, 4 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, somewhere around between that time, every Saturday. So Ariel, I welcome you to join us, right, for more of our live shows, right? If you enjoyed the video on demands, if you enjoyed the videos, I welcome you to enjoy the live shows. We have awesome conversations here. We have thoughtful and well knowledgeable community members like Cliff, like Bad Habit, and Sparta Rules, and Tricion, just to name a few. Again, I apologize if I'm missing anybody else. I'm just going off of who names that are the most familiar to me. But yeah, Ariel, welcome, welcome, welcome. And if you have any questions about anything we talked about thus far, do feel free to ask at any time. I will get you caught up to speed, and anybody else that just joined us, I see we had a few people join in. We were on our 5th upgrade, but the first one was you can upgrade your SSD or an NVMe M.2 with a wide range of prices. So that's one good start. And Ariel says, "Thanks. I built this setup recently, and I watched a couple of your videos for tips." Awesome. Well, definitely want to definitely stick around and be prepared for more content, Ariel. And if you have any questions about the process or anything with your system, I do enjoy engaging with the community over on Instagram and over on Twitter. If you have Instagram or Twitter or both, you can follow me over there. I plan on doing more stuff over there. And I also love taking in, some of the community members' questions. Most of the time, those of you are reaching out to me in the DMs, you're like some of the core members of the community. So if you have any issues or any troubles or any questions about it along the way, Ariel, do feel free to hit us up over there. That's at Inside the Lab YT for both Instagram and the Twitter. Always love engaging with the community members there. Plus, we also have our Discord, our community Discord coming up, Ariel. If that's something you're also interested in, anybody else that just joined us, we also have our community Discord that's coming up. But the invites will go out to emails our subscribers over on our email list first. So if you're not yet subscribed to our email list, don't head there now. But at the conclusion of the live show, head down in the description box or the basement or any previous live stream pinned comment or description, and you can find the link to sign up for the mailing list. But we talked about 5 upgrades. And Ariel, you say you just built your system, so that's cool. You probably don't need to upgrade your system no time soon because it's fresh, right? But for those of you who are rocking an older system, maybe you got that lawn chair. If y'all missed the lawn chair game, that was fun. Or not game, but just gag. But if you're rocking that lawn chair, maybe, right? Or maybe you got that 8 GB, single rank DDR4 stick of memory, right? Maybe you got that old, non-name brand keyboard and mouse and that $15-20 speaker set, right? From Walmart. Nothing wrong with that. But consider these 5 upgrades to level up your experience as a PC gamer and just as a overall NPC user, right? The first one was upgrading your SSD or your NVMe, right? That's either to add more storage or to add faster storage, but you want to upgrade your SSD and NVMe either to accommodate for additional space for more games or, faster load times, faster boot times. It's very important you have your OS and any of your core programs or some of your go-to games you fire up and you play a lot of on your SSD. Then we also talked about how more RAM or faster RAM or a combination of the two can also help bring performance enhancing metrics to your system with this upgrade. If you either upgrade from say to 8 GB to 16 GB dual channel kit of RAM, or from like 2666 megahertz or 24 megahertz, 2400 megahertz even, to like a 3200 megahertz CL16 memory kit, how that could drastically improve your FPS, or also with adding more RAM, with improving your RAM storage, your RAM amount, your RAM capacity, could introduce you to games you couldn't play previously, games you couldn't play before. If you were rocking 8 GB, or maybe you had severe stuttering in your games, or that your games would just hard crash if too much was going on, consider adding more RAM. That's either on the DDR3 side and the DDR4 side. Just keep in mind DDR3 tops out at 2133 megahertz, right? And 2133 megahertz is DDR4's slow speed, right? This is what you don't want to make sure. That's what you don't want your RAM to be rated at, especially if you're on Ryzen. If you're on Ryzen, listen to me. If you're on Ryzen, we talked about this so much. I'm not going to, hamper on it too much as we get caught up. But if you're on Ryzen, you especially want to make sure your RAM is running its memory's rated speed. Anything but 2133 megahertz when applicable. But this upgrade is going to, help you do those things, help you achieve, faster, better system responsiveness, snappier programs. Programs open up quicker, more FPS in your games you could play before that you couldn't play because you were, bottlenecked by your RAM. And we also talked about switching up your peripherals. Normally I butcher that word. But we also talked about switching up your peripherals, right? Switching up your KB. I was going to try to sign it. KBM, but I can't do it. That's so wrong. It's KBM. But anyway, keyboard and mouse. That's an acronym. But you want to switch up your peripherals, right? Get that mechanical keyboard. Get that gaming keyboard. This upgrade can come off as a bit shallow because there's not much performance enhancing. You won't get that much. You won't enhance your performance as much by upgrading your keyboard and mouse. Now, depending on the mouse's DPI, or if maybe your keyboard, maybe you want a keyboard that has a little bit more better feedback. It could make you a better gamer. It could make you a better competitive gamer, right? Maybe if you're rocking a better mouse, right, that makes you that gives you pinpoint precision accuracy or what have you, it will make you a better gamer. Does that translate over to leveling up your experience? That very much depends on the type of games you play. This upgrade is a bit shallow because it's purely an aesthetic one, right? Get that RGB mouse, get that RGB mouse pad, get that RGB keyboard, get that mechanical keyboard. Really, really start to make your system, your setup as a whole match your desktop, right? By pairing up the RGB or the color scheme. If maybe you didn't go with subtle, as Cliff put it earlier, maybe you went with subtle RGB. But, consider unifying your setup by switching up your peripherals, right? Throw that old name brand keyboard and mouse, put it to the side as hardware you can use to troubleshoot. But, consider switching up your peripherals. I see Ariel said, I like my keyboard, but I don't like the clicky sound. And that's very important because we talked about that, right, on this segment where I said, well, you can also go with a membrane keyboard. Membrane keyboards are a little quieter. They don't have as much as that clicky sound, because I totally resonate with that. That clicky sound's not for everybody. It surely isn't. It's not for everybody. The clicking sound is not for everybody. So if you want an alternative that's still better than, say, what can be considered standard or basic, consider a membrane keyboard, right? Let's consider a membrane keyboard. And I also gave an example of a $39 keyboard and mouse combination, the Have It RGB mechanical keyboard and mouse that you can pick up. That's super low, super affordable. If you had $100, fam, you could walk away with at least three of these five upgrades right now with even just $100. So if this is a video that you think could help a friend or a fam out, definitely be sure to share with them so we can reach it out even after it posts. Like, don't leave now as we're wrapping up. But even after it's been live and everything, and it's left up as a regular VOD, share it with somebody that could possibly help. Maybe that they're on an older system and they think that there isn't anything else I can really do with my system to make it cool, to give it that cool factor, right? Accelerate Gaming says, Cliff says, gotta have my MX Blue switches. I need my clicky clack. Yeah, I use Cherry MX Red, but some people like the clicky sound. It depends on it comes down to preference, right? It's funny. Be like, for example, Bad Habit said, I don't like gaming chairs. Give me a standard chair. And Ariel's like, I don't like the clicky clacky. And Cliff's like, I do like the clicky clacky. And that's one thing that's so awesome about this niche, about PC gaming. And on top of that, it's one thing that's so awesome about this community. We all have different preferences, but we all come together for our love of this hobby. Although we enjoy different aspects about it, we enjoy different things about it, we can very much still come together. One voice, right? One voice, one community, one hub. Each of us with different opinions, different perspectives, but we are able to still come together and fellowship and communicate. It's a beautiful thing that makes this community so special, and why I am so appreciative of everybody who comes out and joins us each week for these conversations. But we talked about switching up your keyboard and mouse, right? We talked about switching up your keyboard and mouse. That's one upgrade you can make, one very much affordable. Remember, these are all upgrades that are both available and affordable, right? Available and affordable. The fourth one, right? The fourth one, we're getting close. The fourth one was level up your audio solution. Now, this one could definitely boil down to preference depending on what you like. We talked about some of us like playing competitive games with the headphone off, right? Some of us like playing competitive games with the headset on. That's fine too. Some of us prefer playing single player games on an open sound system, right? Like a 7.1 Dolby surround system, something to that effect, or 5.1 multiple speaker surround sound system. That's fine too. How we consume this media, right? Interactive media, a la video games, very much could depend on each and each and each and one of our perspectives could be very much different on it. Sorry, I think I butchered that. Man, Cliff says that's true. Or let me go up. Sparta Rules says the keyboard can help your finger and hand from getting strained. Yeah, I mean that's a certain point. So if maybe you have carpal tunnel, or you don't want to put added strain on your wrist, you know, maybe because you can't. Although when I had to get occupational therapy done for my wrist, they told me that to not use lumbar for your wrist. The occupational therapist said stop doing it. But yeah, I mean, if the clicky clacky is worth it to you, I mean, I'm indifferent. When I'm playing single player games, I can't hear it anyway. And when Mrs. Ma, she's using a mechanical keyboard, it doesn't really bother me. I guess it's like a form of ASMR, I guess, that I like, or I find okay. But you definitely want to level up your audio experience, right? Like level up your audio solution. Games, media, any form of a media. A music video, for crying out loud. You hear the music, but what is it? It's a music video. So what's going on in terms of the moving pictures that are all stringed together to form one cohesive package of content? What matters the most is what's being displayed in those moving images on top of the audio selection that's paired with those music images, right? With those moving images. That's because music is 50% of the experience. So important. That's so important. Music is 50% of the experience. Even here as a YouTube live show. Tell me how we start off this weekly live show. Right? Yeah, I leave the thumbnail up, give more people a little bit more time to come on. It's kind of like, a loading soon, coming soon. Then like there are a couple minutes I start, the splash, the starting soon page, right? It has music, and each week I try my best to introduce a different sound each time because I want to get you into the mood, because music sound is 50% of the experience. level up your audio solution so that you can level up the way you experience or create content. Very important. Even if you don't create content and you just consume the media, you watch YouTubers like myself, right? You watch content, you watch YouTubers, right? Which if you watch me, I'll tell you right now, thank you, because time is such an important resource. It's such an important commodity. I feel you can sign up for a channel. You can sign up for our Patreon when we have one when it comes, but you can sign up for a Patreon for $5 a month. But what's equally just as important to me is you spending 5 hours on a live show or watching a 5 minute video. That's just as important to me because your time, you can make that $5 back. You can't get those 5 hours or 5 minutes spent on an Inside the Lab live stream or Inside the Lab video. So I appreciate your time that you friends and fam that y'all spend watching the content. It really means a great deal. So level up your audio experience so you can like really take advantage and maximize on that. And if you're a content creator, you're especially going to want to make sure you are capturing a sound, right? And you are hearing it as close to the way you want your audience or your viewers to hear it, right? Especially if you're a music producer. Which if you're a music producer, I'm preaching to the choir here. You know the significance and importance of a robust audio solution. But you could do this with a gaming headset. I brought up the Logitech example. You can bring up, if you weren't here for that segment, which I believe most of you were, but I brought up the Logitech example with the $70 G533 wireless gaming headset for $70. So you can get a gaming headset somewhere between that price range, about $70 to $130 for a wireless one, right? But if wireless isn't your preference, excuse me, because we talked about the significance and the importance of preference when it comes to choosing out parts as personalized as computer parts, because they're just so, I mean, you don't just have one gaming headset. You probably have like 15 to choose from, and they all will serve the same purpose, right? They're all going to play audio back and allow you to use your microphone. But what are some factors that are going to make your decision, all right, are going to factor your buying decision with your gaming, with your audio solution? One is your budget, one is your personal preference, very important, and your needs. Maybe you don't play games. Maybe you are a music producer, right? So you want to make sure maybe open sound, right? Maybe an open sound setup will benefit your needs better than somebody, even if you're a streamer, right? Even if you're a streamer. So you understand how important it is to level up your audio solution. And even if you're just a casual end user like most of us is or are here in this community, then consider upgrading, to a more robust sound system, because sound can really add to, the immersion level of media, rather that be a movie, a video game. It just can really take it and make it that much more dynamic. Cliff says true. That's so awesome. Something for everyone. Yeah, and that's it's true. It's the beauty of PC gaming. Oh man, Cliff hit the nail on the hammer with that one. Something for everyone. That is so true. Budgets of all types. Maybe now it'd be a little tricky because you wouldn't have a dedicated video card, but you can build $300 PC, $500 PC, $1,000 PC, $2,000 PC. Something for everyone. Not shading consoles here, because consoles have their purpose. PCs have character. But consoles, you're not offered that level of personalization. Everybody is going to get a PS5. There isn't really something for everyone with the console. Everyone is going to get the same thing. But with PC, you have levels of preference, levels of choice that are unlike any other form of interactive media, aka video games. This is why PC gaming is the pinnacle of gaming, right? This platform is the pinnacle of gaming. Man, that conversation was a bang up, smash up conversation, that live show. Definitely watch that one if you haven't yet. And Ariel says, this is what I need to do. I got these really cheap cost UR20s, but they are comfortable. All right, well, hey, listen, Ariel, cheap can be highly subjective. Bad Habit, right, had made a suggestion of the Creation Pebble, I believe it was, or Creative Pebble 2.0. They were $20 speakers, and Cliff, XLR Gaming, and Bad Habit both were able to vouch for them as a $20 audio solution. So would that be cheap? That's cheap compared to somebody who maybe, say, spent $70 on their gaming headset, right? Or $130. Now, I'm not with the supremacy level. I don't feel like my graphics card is better than your graphics card because my graphics card costs more than yours. You will not hear me. You will not hear me mention that. That's just not the kind of vibes I want to put off. Let me switch back here because that's so important. Tiger Nation, what's up? I see Tiger Nation says, yo. But that's not the kind of vibes. I don't have this superiority mindset. This is why I'm not as PCMR heavy because I don't believe this superiority mindset. Normally with that superiority mindset comes this notion that what I have is better than yours because I paid more for it. Yours is cheap, so it's insignificant. And I just don't think that's necessarily the case, right? Like Cliff mentioned, there's something for everyone. So in that regard, if you have $500 to spend on a graphics card, cool, fam. You got $500 to spend on a graphics card. That's for you. But if you only have $200, sans Techdemic. But if you only have $200 to spend on a graphics card, that's fine, fam. Sans Techdemic, what was that? A GTX 1650 Super? $10, $20 more, you had yourself a 1660? $30, $40 more, you had yourself a 1660 Ti. So a $350 graphics card, is it worse than the $500 graphics card? Absolutely, positively not. Does it make your graphics card, right, any more or less significant? No, it does not. It just means it was for you. Something for everyone. Budgets of all types, right? I believe you know what? I'll be perfectly honest with you anyway. And I shared this with, a buddy of mine. And I said, when we would talk about this, he said, "Oh well, Nvidia graphics card it's better." And I would always say, "Fam, listen, if it costs more, why are we arguing if it's better? If it costs more, it should be better. What's good? Like that's just real talk. That's my opinion anyway. If it costs more, it should perform better then. Why are you arguing with me that yours performs better? You paid more for it. It should perform better. What, you want a cookie to go with those bragging rights, fam? Rant over, and I'm not even good at ranting. And I try not to rant because this is something I'm so passionate about. Again, I grew up poor. Most of you knew my story. I grew up poor. I didn't have much. My first PC experience, my own PC to call my PC, came when I was a whole working adult with disposable income. Other than that, I was just mooching off a buddy of mine named Chris. His parents were a little well off, so he could afford. He had a $7,000 Alienware system. Man, I would love to get him on maybe as a guest. That's something we are going to do, have guests on. But I would love to get him on a guest to share that story. But he had a $7,000 Alienware computer, and I would go over his house and play it. He lived, wasn't far, but I grew up poor, and I just hate the idea that somebody would be on the fence of building a PC because they're ran down or they're made fun of by a superior elitist who are just like, well, you can spend $400 on a computer, potato. Miss me with that, man. If it's a potato, cool, it's a potato. Potatoes have a purpose too. You can run Fortnite on a potato. Depending on how potato the potato is, you could potato Witcher 3 on a potato. It's possible. That doesn't mean you should be excluded. I am all for exclusion. Obviously. I'm all for inclusion. I mean, not exclusion. I'm all for inclusion. Obviously. I'm all for everybody being a part of something, regardless of your background, your financial status, how much money. That's why I said in this community, all builds of different types are welcome here. I'm not into the bashing, fam. If that's what you're into, you're in the wrong community, right? Because that's just not what we are. That's not what we are here, fam. And that kind of, as I see Cliff says, yeah, that I hate that mindset. It ticks me off. And it really, like, if y'all would see me like really mad, I would stand up for somebody for that. And that just really ticks me off. I'm like, how dare you make fun of somebody, who has spent $50 on a CPU, $100 on a system, $200 on a system, $300 on a system. Who cares? That system is personalized for their experience. It is what was for them, right? I like how XLR Gaming, I like how Cliff said it's something for everyone. That is what makes PC gaming as a platform so special. It's something for everyone. In this community, everyone is welcome. Fam, if you spend $5,000 on your computer, you're welcome too. That's awesome. Come tell us about it, right? Come tell us about it. That's cool. Fam, if you spend $300, $400 on your computer, come tell us about it. Honestly, and Cliff would tell you, because I believe me and Cliff are in the same Facebook group. But we are excited when I see people come and they tell me they found, oh, look, I got a GTX, 650 or a GTX 550 for, $40 and it works. Or I picked up an R9 280X or R9 390 on the low. Or I picked up a CPU, motherboard, RAM, DDR3 combo for the low. Built this system for $300. Those systems bring more weight. Nothing wrong with the new stuff. I vibe with the new stuff. The new stuff is where it's at. That's fun, right? But the old stuff has their purpose too. In fact, that's what inspired me to even make this channel. Was arguing with somebody on a PCMR group, Facebook. Listen, you won't see my name on none of those places, man. Right? The one Facebook group in Cliff knows what I'm talking about. Those are my guys, right? Those because everybody has that. You know, we all got that. You know, use price to performance. We all appreciate the used market. And we know there's value. One man's trash or one lady's trash is another lady or man's treasure, one person's treasure. That's an old analogy, but fam, those are big facts. That's big facts right there. And Ariel said, yeah, same here. And Cliff said people ragging on people like that is BS, and I won't tolerate it. Yeah, absolutely, totally resonate when I tell y'all that I'm like my soul is warm right now. I have zero tolerance for that messery for PG-13 sakes, if I can say it right, man. Y'all don't want lab to rant tonight. That's not what this live stream was for. I don't even know how long we're running for, but y'all don't want me to rant tonight, man. That's not. But I resonate, Ariel and Han Slomo. It's good to see you, fam. Han Slomo is in the house. Han Slomo says he fam. Good morning. See, that's what I'm saying. Love the vibes, man. We got members, foreign friends and fam, but that level of messery is just will not, like Cliff said, it just will not be tolerated, man. I am not for, nagging and ragging on people in general. I grew up poor. I had holes in my flyer sneakers. I had holes in my clothes. Fam, I had sisters, and I had to wear their hand-me-down clothes, right? This is me opening up a little bit to the community. That's how poor I grew up. Mad love to my parents, though. They made it do what it do to help me get to where I am now, right? But this is why I just don't tolerate that. Grew up very poor. Right? I have an older sister, and I had to wear her clothes growing up. You know how many times I was made fun of, but didn't matter. I told them at least I ain't naked. What y'all want? You want me? Yeah, I got clothes on. What's the matter? So I'm not with that just nagging on people. Sorry to anybody who came in the middle of that rant, but yeah, I'm not for that nagging. And you get back on topic. I don't want to. You ran off. And people bounce and say this ain't about 5 upgrades. What's he talking about? It's just that superiority, that elitist. That it's just such a turnoff to me. And I left so many PCMR based groups and what have you, and there's the budget one that was super friendly, and you don't get that vibe. But some of them other ones, man, I would see people be roasted for say, oh, you got older, get away, you should have bought a Ryzen. And I'm like, if they could have bought a Ryzen, they would have bought a Ryzen. But if that Ryzen cost is like an extra 150, 200, maybe they didn't have that, fam. Maybe all they had was $150. You can't say, oh, you had 150. You gotta love this one, right, Cliff? You know what I'm talking about. You got $150 on that. You bought an FX 9590 and an AM3 Plus motherboard for $120 in DDR. You could have just bought a Ryzen. What? Like, what's wrong with the 9590 for $120? It's very much still a PC. IPC might not be there, right? 8 cores or 4 cores, 8 threads, however you want to dance on that side of the argument, right? It's still very much a capable CPU. 8 core, or let's say 8 thread CPU. Very much still capable, right? So, no, you wouldn't say, oh, you should. I would not say if somebody came and say, lab, I bought an i5 3570 and a Z77 motherboard, and I got 8 gigabytes of DDR3 RAM. All I need now is my power supply unit that's coming new in my case, and I got to figure out my GPU situation unless I just rock straight up, integrated graphics on the Intel side. Which, kudos to you, which is something I recommended to Z Fluent, right? But you would be well within, your mind, you well within a state of mind to do that. But rant over as we go into. 4th was upgrading your audio solution. 5th was upgrading your gaming chair. And for those of you just joining now, that is the final upgrade we were in. We were talking about upgrading your desk and your gaming chair. We talked about, increasing your real estate, your desk estate, if you will. Hey, that's a popular buzzword. You increase your desk estate, if you will, right? To make space for some of these upgrades we talked about, the ones that go on your desk, right? Mouse pad, extended mouse pad, keyboard, extended a larger form factor keyboard, gaming mouse, headset holder, iPad, teddy bear, cat, whatever you want on the desk, fam. Consider upgrading your desk. Right? Get off that table, get off that dresser, and really put some love into your setup, right? Invest in your setup. Then we also talked about, investing in a high-end office chair. What is that? That's essentially a gaming chair that we're just saying, fam, we want to get the concept that you don't necessarily need it to be a gaming chair. for it to have the right, features in your chairs in terms of maximizing comfortability, right? But we talked about, making sure that you have a chair that has lumbar support, or one that provides lumbar support, lumbar to your lumbar region, aka the lower back, right? Protecting the 5 vertebrae in the lower spine. Very important. You want to pick up your future grandbabies? You want to pick up that computer off the floor after you upgrade your desk? Because you know you got to, right? You want to make sure you protect your lower spine. Get a chair with lumbar. Or if you're rocking that, if you want to take advantage of some of the other great upgrades, you want to get that SSD, get that NVMe M.2, right? Get upgrade your RAM. Maybe you only got $100. When you say $100, what's the most I could take advantage of that $100? If storage is an issue, start with your storage. If RAM is an issue, start with your RAM. Those are probably the first two we went over, are two of the most important upgrades. But start there. The keyboard and mouse, your third. That's the kind of aesthetic. Your audio solution, which is fourth, could drastically enhance or level up your experience as a creator and gamer, right? But with your gaming chair, with your desk chair, fam, get your computer off the desk, right? Or get your computer off the desk. Not off the desk. Get your computer off the floor, fam. It's called a desktop for a reason, in Lab's opinion anyway. In my opinion, it's called a desktop for a reason, right? Now, again, I'm a personal believer of no computers, no desktops on the ground. It's called your desk. It's called a desktop computer. It's not a laptop. And even that has top in it, right? It's called a desktop. So put your PC on the top of your desk, right? Upgrade your, your desk situation. Get more desk estate, fam. Be comfortable. These two upgrades, and upgrade number 5. Upgrade number 5. We talked about how the core argument in this upgrade is comfortability. Is being comfortable at an area that you plan to spend more than an hour at a time at. If that's editing video, doing virtual learning, or maybe you're an educator yourself, maybe you do visual effects, right? Like we talked about some members in the community, maybe you do visual effects, maybe, you do Photoshop, maybe you do photography manipulation, maybe you're an editor, you do videography, what have you. Whatever it is you have to do at your setup, fam, listen to me. Make sure you are comfortable doing it. And if you need to rock that lawn chair, keep rocking that lawn chair. Just modify it, like Cliff said, it's comfortable for, those warm summer nights, or those cool summer nights, and the warm, spring mornings, drinking beer in the morning time. What am I talking about? It's cool, get the lawn chair, grab yourself a pillow, stuff it back on there, and create your own lumbar support. If you need to take that $100 and get more RAM, or increase your storage capacity, or get faster DDR4. And you can't upgrade your gaming chair, but you still want to be comfortable. You got to find ways to be comfortable. It's so important to your... Listen, fam, it goes so much more beyond a budget, saving money. It's really about protecting your health, protecting your body. You only get one lower back. You only get 5 vertebrae to work with down there in the lumbar region. You only get one neck to work with. You only get 2 shoulders to work with. Invest in your body like you want to invest in your system, please. Okay? Very important you do that. Very important. Rather, find a preference that fits your style. Whether that's fabric, leather, gaming, or normal desk chair. Find one that fits your preference and style. Just make sure it has these things. Lumbar support, again, to protect your lumbar region. Adjustable armrest and a seat height to customize your seating position, right? And a tilt tension, to just adjust your different viewing angles. That can especially, help if you're destined to spend a lot of time like staring at a monitor and working. You want to make sure, you're just comfortable. It's going to make a huge difference, right? Of how you, experience your setup. How you experience your setup. Han Slomo says, don't have a gaming chair yet, LOL. Will buy one when home moving is complete. Yeah, it's funny because, you know what, Han Slomo, it's okay. And those of you who just joined us, you came at a perfect time. When, it is often an underrated or underlooked component to your system. There's 7 core components to like your PC system, right? Let's say it, fam. Come on. CPU, cooler, which... I'm cheating, it might be 8, but most Ryzen CPUs come with the cooler. So let's just keep going for now. CPU, GPU, motherboard, RAM, storage, case, power supply. Those are like the core 7. If your CPU comes with the cooler, it's 7. If it doesn't come with a CPU cooler, then it's 8, right? And if you factor in the fact, right, that you need a Windows 10 copy, then that's actually 8, right? But your system as a base to even turn on and get into the BIOS, You will need those 7 core components, right? Again, that's factoring that your CPU comes with the CPU cooler. But it is often an underlooked, you know, component to your overall setup. This is why the tone of this live stream, which again, for those of you who missed it at the beginning, we talked about that this is actually part 1, and we're going to do this Justice League style, where this is part 1, and then part 2 we're going to conclude with another 5 upgrades, but this time we're going to jump in the internals of your system, right? To see 5 ways you can upgrade the internals of your system. This was more so geared to the externals of your system, although we did include an SSD and DDR4, your DRAM, but again, you want to be comfortable at your setup, at your creator corner, at your battle station, as we like to call it here in this community, or just the PC game. Not just this community, not just the lab community, but just the PC gaming community as a whole. Is essentially, we know it's known as a battle station, but adjustable armrests and seat heights to let you customize your seating position, viewing angles, arms that adjust, right, like on the side, which ironically these don't, but arms that adjust up and down or swivel, right, to also ease pressure on your neck and to support your shoulders. Very important. Also, you want a headrest to just be able to crater your head. Like how comfortable would it be if you just like chilling and you're playing a game and it just jumps into a cutscene? You could just walk away from the keyboard and mouse and you're just taking it all in. You just have your head like this chair doesn't have it, but if it did, I could just imagine how comfortable that would be. I am in that boat with y'all, right, fam? I am with y'all. I too have not taken. Well, space is what's really, guys. You can ask Mrs. Mine. I've talked about wanting a gaming chair for the longest time now, right? But space is one of the reasons why I just haven't pulled the trigger yet. This is like almost like a smaller form factor of a comfortable office chair, right? But an adjustable headrest to cradle my head, to support my head, which support my neck and my head, just for overall comfort level, would make the world of difference, especially for long gaming sessions. If you're one of them people who can sit down and, kudos to you if you got the disposable time to do it, but you could sit down and just really like spend hours at a time gaming. Maybe you get up and stretch, but you still want to be comfortable in between those mini intervals of commercial breaks, aka game or trailers within the game. Ariel Harris says, when you're at your buddy's house, the lawn chair is one of the best chairs to sit in. Right, though, Ariel? I mean, that's so true. Especially, listen, fam, especially when they got the little decorative pillow stitched around. Come on, y'all know what I'm talking about. If some of y'all been to the barbecues in the back of the house, y'all know what's up with them lawn chairs with the comfortable pillow on there. And you get yourself one of them flat pillows that's tied around the back and around the legs, and also get yourself like a nice firm factor. You heard of form factor. Get yourself a firm factor pillow for that desk chair. Y'all gonna make me make a meme out of that, right? Like I'm gonna have to go on Photoshop and make a meme or buy an office chair, right? Just for giggles. But yeah, that's so funny. That's true, right? Like, yeah, sitting at a buddy's house, you're like, oh man, this chair is like super comfortable. That's the chair everybody wants to sit in, right? That's the chair everybody wants to sit in. And the chair ain't complete if it ain't a crack somewhere in it. Somewhere there has to be a crack somewhere in the lawn chair, right? That's part of the design. Like when I worked at furniture, we used to call those type of blemishes being part of the design. That's just part of the aesthetic of it, but it's got to have a crack in it. Yup, and then the ones that lean back. Sure enough, you be leaning back, you're like stretching it, you're like, you got yourself a cold one if you are of legal age to consume alcohol. You call me a Debbie Downer, call me whatever, just don't call me late for dinner. But don't be indulgent if you ain't of legal age, okay? First and foremost. And don't drink and drive. Why should I have to say this in 2021? But you just got to. Drink responsibly, friends and fam. Drink responsibly. You just got it. It's so important. That's something else I'm very passionate about, too. You got to drink responsibly. Drink responsibly. But yeah. And again, these are all, for the most part, these are all good qualities in a chair, right? That will keep you comfortable for those long gaming, creating, or even learning sessions, right? We talked about not everybody just games on their setup. Some people create, some people also learn. Cliff says, gotta run, guys. Gotta spend a little time with the wifey before I tear into my rig and upgrade here, y'all. Take care, peeps. Yeah, Cliff, keep us posted over on Twitter how that goes, man. Take some pictures and tag us in some. Tag us in some. Also, check out the merch, Cliff. We added some new merch, right? So check out the merch as in between your endeavors, in between your time. But I added some merch, which we're going to go over in the wrap up. But definitely check out the merch. But I appreciate you stopping by, Cliff, and it was good to see you. I hope to see you on the anniversary live show. If you're, I don't want to put too much thought into it, but it'd be dope if I can get you guys to come on to the show. We do it like that. Very super easy to manage, but we'll talk about it. if not the second year anniversary. Hell, hey, there should be more anniversaries, right? Like I can't wait for year three. It's gonna be good times if we keep the content going. But I tell you what, speaking of keep it going, let's jump into here the latest segment, and that is the final thoughts with the overall message of today's live stream. Which if you're just now joining us, welcome. We talked about five upgrades you should consider in 2021 that are both affordable and available, right? Those fives, to run them down really fast, the first one was upgrading to an SSD from an HDD or mechanical hard drive to an SSD, or just improving your storage solution in general, right? The second one was upgrading your DRAM or upgrading your RAM, right? We talked about that. We talked about how that can enable you to play games you couldn't play before, right? Or enable you a faster RAM. Faster RAM could also drastically improve your FPS output, right? Your minimum and your 1% lows. It can help reduce stuttering. The third one was we talked about switching up your peripherals. We talked about how this is purely a shallow upgrade, an aesthetic one, because this this is purely an aesthetic upgrade, but one that could really make your overall setup yours, right? And could still bring some level of comfort, like Sparta Rules pointed out, could still bring some level of comfort depending on what your preference is. We repeated that so many times because it's so important to remember that this is all about preference. It's all about what what needs do you have, you personally, right? It could be very different than mine. It could be very different to Cliff's, to Ariel's, to Sparta Rules, to Bad Habits, to Tricion's, to Tiger Nations. Each one of us could have different needs, right? Fourth one was your audio solution. We talked about leveling up your audio solution. We talked about how important it is to take full advantage of that, fully immersive, the immersion level of a game. Audio is 50% of the experience in any form of media: YouTube video, movie, music video, video game. If you're not doing some type of physical action, there's some form of audio being played, right? I engineered sound for video games, and I could tell you it's all the way down to the smallest level of detail that can just overall make a video game world feel alive. Not just look alive, but feel alive. Like you want to hear the wind brushing up against the trees and the branches. You want to hear, your player's foot mashing through the water and through the grass and different material, right? Like if it's mud or if it's water, if it's a water puddle, right? Compared to like walking on concrete. All of those things, right? Audio plays such an important factor in media, interactive, visual, what have you. It just plays such it plays such an important role, right? Then the fifth one we talked about was upgrading your desk estate, right? That's expanding on your environment. How much space do you have? You want to make space for that keyboard. You want to get your computer off of the ground. Please do. All right, please do. If you have it on the ground, I love you regardless. But if you can put it on, again, it's a desktop. Put it on the top of your desk, please. Plus, you can get a nice, nice view, in between loading screens, or you just want to glance over and be like, man, just look at that RTX 2080 Ti, or 3090, whatever, 16, whatever you have, whatever you're rocking with. You could just look at that and just be like, wow, this is pretty dope. I love this. And then your gaming chair, be comfortable. It goes with your desk and what you're sitting down in, right? Like the lawn chair, it can work. The kitchen table chair, it can work. How comfortable and how long will you be, right? Protect your body, protect your physical health, right? Make sure you are setting yourself up for future activities outside of just sitting down playing video games. I am not a licensed occupational therapist, right? I'm not qualified to give medical advice, but I can tell you just off of experience the importance it is of making sure you protect your back, protect your neck. It's so important, okay? Un, you know, if you damage or hurt either parts of the body, it could drastically affect the way you even enjoy this hobby. So this is why it's important you want to invest in this. I see Hans Slomo says I will purchase a decent office chair because I move home often here for jobs. So yeah, and that's something we talk about to where you don't necessarily need a gaming chair per se. It doesn't have to be a gaming chair. It could be we rebranded it and just called it a high end office chair, right? Because what makes a gaming chair? We looked at some examples and it's just like, well, they all have the race car bucket seats, right? That's essentially all the qualities that most gaming chairs have in common. You know, compared to non gaming chairs. So we just refer to them as high end office chair, right? That's all it is. Get yourself a high end office chair, one that suits your needs. But overall, I mean, you're not just upgrading your setup, you are enhancing your core experience, right? Remember, it's about how much you want to invest in your overall experience as a PC user. We invest in things we want to look and perform good and last. So put thought into each of your components and your system will do all three for years to come. Okay. And with that said, I think the ride is slowly coming to an end. Man, another bomb smash up live stream. First and foremost, right? Like, I know Han Slow Mo. I know you just joined us, but man, this one was awesome, Han Slow Mo. If you want to see how some of the fun we had, and anybody else who just joined us, if you want to see how, excuse me, man, see that's what 4 hours talking with no water would do to you. But if you want to see how the conversation went at the beginning of the show, or you want to catch some of the value as we dive deeper into each upgrade, I welcome you to jump back towards the end of this live show, or at the conclusion of this live show. Jump right back into it, man. Jump right back into the beginning, and just fast forward till about the 10-15 minute mark, 25-minute mark, 30-minute mark, because there were a lot of engaging, thoughtful comments and conversation we had in the beginning of this live show. And then one last time, what's new to our weekly live show, something I started doing, but I would like to just once again remind everybody, for those of you who weren't, let me just close these, for those of you who weren't present for the housekeeping segment in the beginning, I just want to remind you that our Han Slomo, and I don't think he was here for the beginning, but I do want to remind you that our community Discord is launching, and the invite is only going to email subscribers first, right? The Sparta Rose of C said that's perfect. I was just about to get off in a little bit and watch WrestleMania. If you want my password, DM me. I'll send it to you. Oh, okay, for WrestleMania. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of wrestling, but hey, that's an awesome invite Sparta Rules got going there, y'all. So if you're a wrestling fan, you better holler at Sparta Rules. I like to keep the community pretty close tight. And on the subject of a Discord, this is the reason why having a community Discord could be so important, because if Sparta Rules in the Discord say, hey y'all, any wrestling fans, you can use my password if you want to watch WrestleMania. That's just awesome, man. That's vibes, man. I really do appreciate every single one of you guys and gals that come out and support this channel, support me as a creator, support the hustle, support the movement. I am like, one tech content creator out of thousands, but you all have chosen me to get your fix, to get your PC gaming fix, and I definitely appreciate it. But that's what's up, Sparta Rules, and good luck with that. So yeah, if you're a wrestling fan, take advantage of that. Another thing to take advantage of is, again, join our email list. The Discord notifications, the Discord invites are going out this week, right? They are going out this week. So if you want to join our Discord, you want to make sure you can leave now, right? As we're just doing our housekeeping segment. But if you want to join our Discord and you haven't yet signed up to our email list, you can find this link down in the description box below. Or it just says our email list. But you can join our email list. It's totally free. I just need your email and your first name. If you haven't signed up yet, part of my ignorance. If you have, I do appreciate you and welcome you. More emails, more notifications are going to be rolled out to you guys and gals who have opted in to join our email list, starting with, again, the Discord launch. And that's just one of many. When we do channel membership launches and the Facebook group launch and all those things, those are two we're going to go out to our emailees. Is that even, can I use that properly? Our email subscribers are going to be the first to know. So you want to sign up to our email list. And then I also want to point you over to our merch, which we have constantly adding new merch over here to the merch store, which you can see is still in beta, which we have some pretty fun stuff lined up for when the merch store officially launches out of beta mode. So you're going to want to keep up with that coming up here in the next 3 to 4 months as we take the merch to a whole nother level. But if you're interested in directly supporting me as a creator, supporting the Mrs. Mod, supporting the hustle, supporting everything we do here at Inside the Lab, the merch is just one of many ways you can do so. Outside of obviously watching the content, which goes fast and which goes far enough, I mean, within itself. But we do have some new merch. We got stickers, so easy buy there. It's just Inside the Lab PC Gaming, $4.99. We also have the No Player in the WoW, one of my new favorite series of labware. Right, you got the plug, you got the plug, graphics edition shirt, the No Player in the WoW. This is quickly becoming one of my favorites. I'm definitely ordering me some. Probably when I get off this live stream, I want to get me this T-shirt. I gotta have this T-shirt. This is really dope. No Player in the WoW. It's our mantra where we were explaining to Z Fluent early in the live stream, and we were telling them like Z Fluent said they're ready to give up on trying to get into PC gaming simply because they were unable to build their computer, right? Like they were unable to build to complete their build. So Z Fluent was just like, to heck with it. I'm just ready to throw in the towel because I can't build my PC and whatever with it, right? But it's no player in the WoW. What does that mean? It means what's an obstacle to a challenger, a hurdle to a believer, and a barrier to entry with no getting around. Building a PC, a gaming PC can be expensive and complicated, but don't let the process of playing games be as well. No player in the wild. Okay, so that's what this series means. That's what this series here means, right? With the men's staple tee, right? I see Tiger Nation says I copped the white hoodie. Awesome. So Tiger Nation is referring to one of the newest editions. That is the I Am I Test graphic or meme edition, all white. This is one of our limited edition white hoodie variants. As we really would just for design reasons, the black normally works out better, but I do want to add limited edition qualities or exclusive editions, I guess you can say, as this is only available in white. So you will see more like that. So Zion Nation picked up the I Am I Test. Awesome. So Zion, when it comes in, and I tell everybody this, when it comes in, take a picture, right? I don't know if you're on Twitter or if you're on Instagram, but if you're on Twitter and you're on Instagram, take a picture or even send me the picture, and I'll post it to my Instagram or my Instagram, right? But yeah, Zion Tiger Nation is referring to the I am. It's just like if you ever had to do an eye test, you this might look a little familiar. So if anybody want to come pull up on you and stare at you, at least they can get the concept of the idea that you are a PC gamer. So awesome stuff there. You really want to support the channel in a direct way. Listen, if you buy a sticker, it goes a long way. You buy a sticker, put it on your refrigerator, and never look at it again. It just really, in a small way, just helps out. Those small things add up, right? Especially as we find more ways to monetize the content so I can prepare for my full-time switch to being a content creator, right? But so many, a little bit of something for everyone, right? Which is also another reoccurring theme here in this channel, right? Something for everyone, which we also have it in hoodies, which you got. I love how these look in hoodie variants, right? Like especially this, the classic pullover gray. Like this is dope. This is hot, right? So many different colors to choose from, but that's pretty cool. So if you want to look good, feel good while gaming, check out the Inside the Lab merch. Again, this link down to our merch store along with the email list, right? Our email list, to join our email list, you can find both of those down in the description box below. With the final way to support this channel, to support the mission here, what we do in what we do in Inside the Lab. OSS is the game studio we ran from 2009 to about 2019, 2018. But here at Inside the Lab, head over to the website, right? It is all of the content packaged in essentially one place. You can learn more about me. I'm not going to click on it. If you want to learn more about Lab, Terrence, your host and conductor of this here ride and operator and what have you, if you want to learn more about me, head over to InsideTheLab.net. Head over to the About Me section, right? If you want to contact me, if you want to send me, a hate letter, that's fine too. I can take the good with the bad. That's fine. Or if you want to send me, a flattering message, maybe my content helps you in a certain way. Maybe you got helpful information on a live stream and that helps you get into PC gaming, or it helps you solve a problem on your system, or you have an idea for future content, or whatever. You just want to say hello. Come over down to the InsideTheLab.net website, although there are much easier ways to do all those things. You can just follow me over on either Twitter or Instagram. But if for more formal, to contact me more formally, you could always reach me here. Also, if you're a brand or if you're a fellow content creator who may want me to come on your channel or you want to interview me, you can also contact me over here as well. Tab for the merch store, all of our social media, and friends and fam. I'm still adding to the website. I try to take it upon myself to make sure I spend at least once a week and more than 8 hours spending TLC over on the website. But it's all fun there. You can find a complete videography. If YouTube was a little bit of a mess and you just say, you know what, I'm just curious to see all your videos in one place, you can head here over to the videography tab and check out all of the videos and even get caught up on the latest live stream, which won't reflect until after this one is over, down here at the bottom. And also our community blog, which I do plan on adding more helpful content to. So you're gonna want to look out and keep an eye out for that. Hans Sloman says, we'll watch the video again, fam. Time to get up and make breakfast. See you all next streaming time. Yeah, absolutely. Hans Sloman, you know that is next Saturday. Same bat channel, same bat time. Unless there's a pop-up live stream, right? Unless we continue our pop-up live stream series sometime in the middle of this week. But for the most part, that is, as our normal scheduled time is Saturday. But you never know. We could also very much do a pop-up live stream sometime during this week because we are behind, as we're supposed to be doing at least twice a month. Pop-up live stream at least twice a month. But all good stuff. All good stuff. Han Slomo, it was good to see you, and I appreciate you coming back. And I appreciate our replay viewers that also watch on the replay. Couldn't do it without you guys and gals for sure. Tiger Nation says, let's go. I imagine that's let's go. But yeah. But again, though, the ride is slowly coming to an end. I want to take a minute to quickly thank Tiger Nation because I see his name first. But Tiger Nation, who is here, Han Slomo, who just left, who popped in, our friend over from China. Shout out to Mrs. Mai, shout out to our moderator who helps keep the conversation fluent and keep the conversation going and just, helping keeping the live chat engaging and fun over there. Sparta Rules 1993 helping bring so much value to the conversation today during today's live stream, correcting us on that, those high speed, racing car straps. But Han Slomo with the information there. Cliff XLR Gaming was always good to see you, Cliff. Cliff came back. Ariel Harris was good to see you too. First time viewer who says that they came over after watching one of our vlogs or one of our normal videos. So that's awesome there. I always love to see a viewer make their way from the video on demands over onto the live streams. The live streams are what's really going to help this community grow. Obviously watching the videos, a little bit of, content cleanup, I guess, if you will. But a little bit of content cleanup. When you do things like liking the video, commenting on the video, even if you say, I thought this video was trash. Even if you did that, even if you dislike it, dislikes don't bother me, fam. Even regardless of what YouTube wants to do with them. I shared this on Twitter and I said, I personally don't believe your video has seen enough eyes. Live streams notwithstanding, because they're different beasts, but I truly don't think your video has got enough eyes on it unless one person has found something they didn't like about it. But Ariel, it was good seeing you. We got Han Slomo, we got Cliff, we got Tiger Nation, we got Sparta Rules, we got Thunder, my son. It was good seeing you, Thunder. Bad Habit, it was good seeing you, Bad Habit. Of course, always Bad Habit has some big facts to bring in and help and add just overall value and context to the conversation. Let me go up, make sure I'm not missing anybody else. Z-Flowing, Maple Joker, ROFL was another first-time viewers. It really, when we get first-time viewers onto our live shows, I get really excited. Like the energy, the second and third wind kicks in when I see that. When I see a first-time viewer come onto the live show and they make their presence known, especially when they make their presence known. The lurkers, listen, fam, I love the lurkers just as equally, right? I love the lurkers just as equally, but when you can come out and you're a first-time viewer and you're bold enough to come out and say, hey, hello to everybody, this community is super welcome and super friendly. If you missed it, at some point, go back and watch the live stream. At some point, I went on a super long tangent about how important inclusion is to me. So we are not for that muckery around here, okay? You will get the boot, okay? Size 13.5 Timberland. You will get the boot. But, it's just something we talked about. And I just love seeing new viewers come in. Like Maple, is so good to have you come on, and Ariel as well, just to name the first two that are the two that come to mind. Your Highness, it was good to see my guy, Your Highness. Tricion, another regular, Your Highness and Tricion, long time viewers here to the channel. I would go as far as to say viewers here in the channel before the first ever live stream kicked off. And again, that was in August of 2015. So let me make sure I got Z-Fluent. I know Z-Fluent was here earlier. No PP. I missed No PP. No PP, are you still here? No no. No said our mechanical drives obsolete. You know, I feel it really bothers me when I miss a comment, especially one that's centered around a question. And no, I sincerely apologize for missing your question. I take it very personal when I fail to catch a question or comment. I know eventually I'll get big to the point to where I can't answer, or the idea is to keep the community growing and keep experience and growth to where the community grows to the point where I will be unable to respond and react to every comment that pops up on the screen, but I am not there yet. So I can react and respond to every comment on the screen. So it bothers me when I miss a comment. Seriously, it really does. No, I hope you are here still, but if you're not, let me answer your question for anybody else who may want to know. Where No says, are mechanical drives obsolete? And what No is referring to is you have, SSDs and you have SSHDs and you have HDDs, right? And they're referring to mechanical drives. And I don't think mechanical drives are obsolete for the simple fact that I myself use a mechanical drive. I use, NVMe M.2s and also a 1 terabyte hard drive, right? And that's for long-term storage, what I call long-term storage. That's for to back up my video games, to back up my content. I'm also a content creator, so I have to, back up the masters, right? I have to protect the originals. I have to protect all the, original videos. Excuse me. And it's for that reason, for data centers and what have you, and service. It's that reason why mechanical drives aren't obsolete, but they should continue to drop in price, right? Like a 1 terabyte mechanical hard drive right now can be picked up, can be had for about $50 to $60. That's amazing compared to where storage drives were a few years ago. So, sorry I missed your question. No, I do not think mechanical hard drives are obsolete. I just think that with SSD prices coming down as much as they have, and even NVMe M.2 prices coming down as much as they have, it would warrant you to go with even a $65 500 gigabyte, standard SSD, all right, just a regular SATA solid state drive, or even spend about $10 to $15 more and go with an NVMe M.2. That's over a 1 terabyte hard drive. No, yes, the read and write speeds make that much of a difference that would warrant you, going with the former over the latter. Yeah, going with the SSD over the mechanical hard drive, even though you're losing some 500 gigabytes of storage space. It's just going to be so much faster. Now, we also talked about how another reason why I don't think mechanical drives are obsolete. That's because while I recommend a single storage solution wherever applicable, right? Let me switch back here for those of you who are just now joining us and you figure, oh, well, I came in. We were talking about 5 upgrades you should consider in 2021, and we quickly ran through each 5. But which most of the time when I'm consulting clients and I tell them, what I recommend is you go with a single storage solution as high as your money can afford. Right? Like, don't say, well, I have $80. I want to get a small SSD and a small hard drive. No, take the $80 and go with like a 500 gigabyte SSD. Boom. Right? Now, if you want to supplement that, right, then you can then later on through one of these upgrades, because this was one of them, you can then go ahead and add that 1 terabyte hard drive. But you definitely want to make sure your Windows, right, like OS is installed on your SSD or your NVMe. This is going to give you faster boot times, faster load times, right? And your games overall system responsiveness. And then the games you don't play as much, it's okay to install those onto your install those onto your hard drive, your mechanical drive. So no, that's why I don't think that mechanical drives will be obsolete anytime soon. We would have to see even a further price drop in, say, NVMe M.2s, right? Like more support for them. But yeah, dude, sorry I missed your question. No. I imagine you're long dipped out, but
No, they're still here.
Skitty Live too. My guy Skitty Live. Skitty was also here earlier. Skitty checked out earlier, but that's somebody I went to high school with. No says, oh, okay, thank you for answering my question. Yeah, no. Again, my bad for missing it, fam. I wish I would have caught it earlier at the stream. But this is the reason why I like to just kind of stroll through the comments right at the near the end of the show and just see if I missed any comments or if I missed any questions. I also see Planks PK. Planks, are you still here with us? Planks PK. Planks is becoming a more routine, more regular. But Planks, for example, was that example I just used, right? He said, I have a 2 terabyte HDD and a 500 gigabyte NVMe SSD. And I do remember, talking to Planks PK about that during the time of the live show. But that's good stuff. And yeah, I mean, if you need to go, and this, again, that's why I don't think mechanical hard drives will be obsolete anytime soon. They are slow, but they're not like super slow to the point where like, I'm saying don't use them at all. If you're like super strapped, if your budget is super tight, right? Consider then just going with a 1 terabyte hard drive just to get your foot in the door. It's going to be more work. Say if you want to even go, even if I stand corrected, even if you can just get a 120 gigabyte SSD, right? Even a 120 gigabyte SSD, that's more than enough for just your OS, right? You won't be able to maybe get any other games on there unless it's like a single player game under the 50 to 60, gigabytes storage file size, but you won't be able to get any other games on there. But even if you had a 120 gigabyte SSD and a 1 terabyte mechanical hard drive, just to put your OS on the hard drive, just to put your OS on the SSD, that is what I would recommend if you're strapped for money. But if you have a little more flexibility in your budget, then go with a single in storage solution whenever applicable, like a 1 terabyte SSD or 2 terabyte SSD, which you can be had for a little over $200, believe it or not. Again, they won't be in there now. I will be sure to add these links in the description box after the live show has concluded. But you can go with the 2 terabyte SSD even for $200, right? And have fast storage and a lot of storage. But I believe that's everybody. And Butter Knife, another one of my children, Butter Knife. It was good to see her as well. But yeah, I think that's everybody. And again, the ride is slowly coming to an end. I've already thanked everybody for coming. Just do remember we do go live every Saturday. Or let me switch back here. But we do go live every Saturday. You can reach me over on Instagram and Twitter, Inside the Lab YT, outside of the office hours. You can hang around for the post-credit wrap-up, or I'll still be in the comment sections. I answer any last-minute questions. I'll even jump in and say hi to you on the mic while the end credits is playing. If you haven't seen the end credits, please, I definitely welcome you to stay around. But if you can't, if you got to roll, then it's all right too. Like, just be sure to sign up for email list if you got to roll, fam. Z-Fluent, Zion, you still here? Zion, so you heard my speech. I use you as example, fam, where I was telling about you, wanting to quit because building your PC can be difficult. But you need to holler at me because you don't necessarily need a video card, right? Your experience may not be great without one, but your system could still be built, right? It very much could. Now, you just need to tell me what's the most amount of money you have to spend on a graphics card, and I will try to, rouse the used market for you and find one that will supplement your build, right? You just got to fix your motherboard issue, but you don't necessarily need a graphics card, Zion. Don't quit, right? No player in the wild. That includes you too, fam, young boy. That includes you too. No player in the wild. Nobody gets left behind. Everybody can enjoy this habit. There is no quitting, okay? No player in the wild. So, but again, hang out for the post-credit show or the post-credit conversation. Thanks for hanging out during this YouTube live or our weekly live Q&A, our weekly live experience. I do hope to see you all in our regular videos. I do hope to catch you all in the next one. Cue the music, because until then, be easy. says, have a great night, everybody. From the Lab family, right? From Mrs. my children, myself, who are also, participating in live shows. Have a great Saturday, y'all. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday night. If you're of age, man, go have fun, right? Go play some video games or something. Again, and I will catch you all in the next one. Hey, my guy, Your Highness. Your Highness, thanks, fam. I appreciate you. Ladies and gentlemen, as well, man. Thanks for showing out. Everything. Appreciate you being here. Appreciate you being active in this community. Fam, I'll catch you on the flip side. Peace out. And for those of you, I see we have some people join on. I just want to remind you, after the end of this live show, just jump into it and get caught up on what happened. Awesome conversation. 5 upgrades you should consider in 2021. Let's go. Good night to you too, No. No says good night, everyone. Nah, we're not going to bed, No. We're going to play some games and have a little bit of fun, No. At least we're here on the Eastern EST. It's good seeing you, No.